I'm fucking feeling it, baby. Are you feeling it, chat? Chat, are you fucking feeling it? Are you ready to rumble? I hope everybody else is. Folks, we're going live. And this is the motherfucking West Side. Hopefully that worked. I just realized my OBS isn't up where I can see it. Folks, welcome to another episode of West Side Tyler Live. I'm your host, West Side Tyler Bell. Coming to you hot, fresh, and ready from Lexington, Kentucky, the jewel of the bluegrass state. A gorgeous sapphire in the middle of a great green field. Folks, we got a good show coming up for you maybe today. I had a schedule change. Today my counters aren't being installed. They're being installed tomorrow. Tomorrow I had set time away to go sandworm hunting. I had set my clock for tomorrow for my trip to Arrakis. All right, so that I may fucking walk without rhythm. But tomorrow the people are coming and today they are not. So I'm very, very excited to maybe be doing something today. I'm going to be calling in to Hutch. I'll fucking boy. I'm going to go call in. I'm going to play by his idiotic fucking rules. And I'm going to go to his area. Now, this is already starting to be kind of funny. I've tagged him on Twitter. I'm about to send him a message. And then I guess we'll see what happens. I might end up just going into his Discord and debating his fucking fans. I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. But I should bring this up because I was like, I'm going to go beat this guy's ass on the internet. I'm going to go take a shit real quick. In the time between I open image, let's see there, that should be fine. Hopefully you guys can actually see this. Oh, my fucking thing froze for a sec. Hopefully that doesn't catch. Server announcements. In the time since I said I was going to go live, and this is probably like 10 minutes after I tagged him on Twitter to say like, hey, I'm going to get online. Get ready, homie. They added a new rule on Hutch's Discord, literally just minutes before I went live. New rule 13. Yes, it means to the person you're thinking of, too. Who could that be? No ad homs against friends of the stream, including guests, co-hosts, and any of the like. It will result in a timeout, and further examples will result in a ban. We don't allow snark. I would never add that rule. I would never add that rule to my Discord. For the obvious reason that that would make me look like a giant pussy. I'm going to guess that this is the Twitch poll small commentary version of an ad hom, which isn't an actual... They just mean just insulting people. That's what they mean. It's not an ad hom. It's just not. Insulting people is not an ad hominem. Using an insult against a person as the entirety of your argument or as a foundational point of your argument is an ad hominem. It means from the man, or basically it's a construction error is how it's supposed to be understood. So it's because you are the way you are, you're wrong, or you are this thing, right? So it's like saying because you are a white person, you have no rhythm, right? Now, that's a truism, and it might actually be the case. It might be a fact that the white person you're talking to doesn't have rhythm, and it's related to the fact that they're white. But it's not an entire cogent syllogism. It's not actually a logical proof of anything, right? It's because it's foundational. There is no person I've ever heard online in my life that has gotten mad about ad hominems, has ever used it correctly, and is doing usually ad hominems within that same conversation they're having. They literally don't understand it at all. No clue how it works. So, I'm getting like, I'm vibrating, dude. I'm so fucking excited about this. So let's see. Is he still live? Let's see what's going on over there. Let's just hop into his YouTube first.
On sort of what kind of information can be put out there, like what we see with China and the internet in China, like, and then if he started to like build more and more and more, and then at that point it's like, okay, we're off to the races, and it's probably time to start, doing some stuff in Minecraft.
I tagged him at Hutch. I'm hopping into your.
I don't understand why we're even having the conversation about entertaining wildly illiberal methods of dealing with
this.
Oh, I guess he's talking to some other idiot. Let's see. Is there moderators? Hello at mods. I am noted. Mean guy. I don't know what the fuck to say. Hello, mods. I am trying to speak to Hutch. He said I should come here while I'm live. What next? I am here. So I am here. Hello at mods. I am trying to speak to Hutch. He said I should come here while I'm live, so I am here. I guess I'll keep the Discord over here in the side window. I got notes. I hope I don't fuck it up. You need to the Twitch mods are admin, but I'll let them know. Thank you. Join the waiting room voice channel for now. God, what is this? I hate these things.
Different caucuses that they have in the Senate.
Tea Party?
Like,
I'm gonna go ahead.
Huh?
The Tea Party?
No, it's like there's certain, like, you know how you have the
there's different committees.
Yes, the committees that focus.
Committees.
Yeah, yes, committees. Okay. That's what I meant. So, how's that going to affect?
There we go. Jesus. Okay, they can't hear me. Good. This is Hutch's waiting room, I guess. I don't know. Can I speak to your manager, please? I'm deeply focused. If I seem a little fucking airy right now, I'm like deeply focused on trying to get it correct. So I know I'm thinking like I gotta not be mean. As hard as it see. Oh. As hard as it's gonna be, I have to not be a meanie. I'm gonna do it. I swear to God. Okay, it's going in the side. I have no idea if I'll know if something happens. So I don't know. Maybe I'll talk to these. I have no idea. I don't know what the fucking. Here's the problem with all of these every fucking time is that, like, if you go into one of these other communities, which is really what it is, it's a whole other way of doing things, right? They have their own, they never realize that they have their own sense of propriety for how to do stuff, and they'll get like mad as fuck at you for not following the local rules. And it's like, there'll either be rules that you, like, you know, your own convictions won't let you follow, or that you just wouldn't expect or know. So it's like, oh shit, well, you went in there and you started like recording my fucking waiting room while you're waiting to talk to me or something. How dare you? Or even better, it's gonna be how you went in there and you muted it while you were in the waiting room. How dare you? I gotta stop drinking caffeine. I already had too much fucking caffeine today. CJ Wolfpack, they're waiting you out. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I'll give it a couple seconds. I got my notes here. I guess chat might be getting put. Oh no, I should probably put obs down here. Why did that happen? That's not a typical noise. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? My face is gonna piss off a Discord controller. They do be that way. Do 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 do. I hate it. Okay, I should probably just go see what the fuck he's talking about.
Things with the justification is, well, you know, the Supreme Court, they can just throw out whatever you. At that point, you're just as much making a justification.
He's talking to some guy named Dirto. Who are these people? Dude, I just realized I know I have a Discord. I have no idea how it works. It's fucked up how this. Oh, there we go. Is that actually Ew. Actual fucking food shops pedophile asses in here. Ugh. Never mind. Not unmuting. Do, 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 do. You guys want to hear a new song? I'll let you guys listen to a second of it while we're waiting. Okay, that's your preview. That's for the video. Dude, I have no idea what in the fuck. This world is crazy right now. By the way, I guess I can talk about some shit while I'm waiting for this to. Well, this I'll turn him down
to just like dissolve the courts. You know.
There we go. He's quiet in the background. This dude, this like last few days has been nuts. I don't know if you guys saw this shit.
We're talking about if something has like
Actually, no, I do. I just have to mute
There's a
him
Democratic
and then just see if somebody talks to me. There we go, because that way I can keep going up. Dude, this last few weeks has been crazy. Like semi segment, right? I know you guys are waiting for me. I'm staring at all this stuff because I'm waiting for somebody else. Every time he looks to the side, I'm waiting. I guess the second this Dirto guy fucking drops out, I'll know. So, the last few weeks has been crazy. I think this is my like supposition. When's the new video dropping? I'm excited for it. Hopefully on Friday. That's the plan for Friday. If it's not Friday, it'll absolutely be Monday. The last little bit of getting all my citations in order and on it is the hardest, and then I had to finish that song that I just put out. So the last few weeks has been fucking nuts. This all comes back to the Turkey Tom basically got caught being a pervert, and on top of that, like Hassan ran out of like normie enemies, I guess, like on his level, and so he's got to like kind of he always has to do the judge me by my enemy shit, and so they have been digging up some absolute fucking nobodies to talk about, and then I just saw. Well, let's see. Is he here?
Society.
No, I understand.
No, he's talking to that guy. They've been digging up absolute fucking nobodies recently. This is fucking crazy. Brandon Buckingham just put out a video yesterday on fucking Purple Perry Gaming. A guy that I kicked his teeth in until he was sputtering mad in a debate where he was completely wrong about the honey scam. Like, I don't think that's not the honey thing is a scam. Like, whatever. I don't know. He's a Cypriot. He's from Cyprus. He has a goofy fuck accent. People from Cyprus are, from what I understand, they're Timu Israelis. Be mad about that if you want. There's like 20 of you. He's like, I don't know. He's unhinged. He's the guy. If you guys follow any of this fucking small commentary nonsense, he's the guy that Aiden Projects, right? Who was like a 12-year-old. Not really. I mean, he was 14 when he first started hanging out with the commentary people, from what I remember. He's like just 20 or 21 years old and went overseas to hang out with Queeman and Purple Perry Gaming, of all people. I think it was. Dickers, maybe it was, actually. And they stayed in a hotel room together, and Purple Perry Gaming started going through Aiden's luggage to try to find like blackmail material on him. This dude's completely fucking, he's not even unhinged. He's just legitimately fucking like an unwell content hog, right? Brandon Buckingham has millions of subs. From what I remember, Purple Perry Gaming, I don't know if he's hit his fourth digit. Is he still talking? He's still talking? Let's see.
These things that they did.
Yeah, still talking. Okay. Purple Perry Gaming is like 1,000 people, right? And Brandon Buckingham made a whole video about him and kind of like drops the like, Turkey Tom is my friend, which is like the worst thing ever to say. Cause what the fuck does that mean? Do you guys do the punch girls sex together? What the fuck? Because Brandon Buckingham was in this whole deal, like, I don't know if you guys remember this, like 6 or so months ago, where he was like, he's like, I'm dying. You know what I mean? I'm dying. And he was in the hospital, and it looked like a scam. He's like, I need money, which I don't know. I don't care if it was or not. Like my opinion is, I don't like you. I don't give a fuck. I'm never giving you money. Perish. He's like a right winger anyway, so like, don't go ask the community for help, right? Purple Perry Gaming made a like insanely creepy video. He just went way too hard on him. And like, that would have never been noticed by anyone. There's no way fucking Brandon Buckingham saw that video independently. I think people were actually asking him to react to it. It's got like 26K video views, and it is Purple Perry Gaming's largest video by so much. It's so much, by such a margin, his biggest video. I think the next closest one is like 2K or something. Fucking awesome. Guys, fucking live is still going. Oh. Maybe it's me.
Viable to be passed, then I probably support that as a first step.
All right.
Than the other things.
Great. I've brought you over to my view then.
Sure. I'm very pessimistic that will solve the legislative problems, and
you might be right.
He brought on food shops. What the fuck? These fucking dickheads. He brought on fucking food shops instead. Okay, whatever. So anyway, ducking me. He's ducking me. Moon, is that my moon? The fuck?
Conversation that if things
God, he's got his
bro. Like what the actual bro? Destiny? He was like the guy. He was like the liberal guy.
We need to figure out a way to arrest every single member of this cabinet. I don't know on what.
Okay, I had the live back further. What the fuck is going on? 525 watching now. I got almost 300 people waiting for me. Sitting in my fucking waiting room here, Hutch. What the fuck? Bring me on. I think I'm clearing fucking food shops audience, right? Oh my God. What was I saying? But no, there's a new meta. A new fucking meta right now that's actually going crazy of these larger streamers starting to dig down. I think the content, people were saying this on my Discord too. I tend to agree that the content drought is fucking so bad now that like, and it's gone on for a long time, that a lot of like mid-tier competitors have dried up. They've dried up completely. Like they've disintegrated. And so there's like, it's either you're battling against like, 3-4 milli fucking audience, like gigantic accounts, or it's like 2K fucking Andes now. And there's not a lot of like 100 to 600K channels. I mean, like what Dead Domain is around that's actually like popping and not like riddled with sex assault lawsuits and shit, Technically Vosh is still in the mid six figures, but like nobody wants to talk to or about him except for I guess Hutch. And all the rest of these people, nobody's really been getting built up. Like Hippy Dippy vanished, Dylan Burns went to fucking Ukraine, and I guess maybe that was more important than I can give it credit for, because that was like where you started seeing people show up. But we don't have new Hawses anymore. You know what I mean? We don't have a new Haas. There's no new Infrared. Even not Peter Maupin. Is that Peter Maupin? Who's the Burger King? Maybe that is fucking Peter Maupin. I can't remember his name. But even that guy, he went Trump. So he's fucking gone. So like there's nobody in the middle anymore. All these middle tier creators have got, like, the middle class of YouTube has died. So you're like, damn, I need to start a drama cycle up. You like have to go and elevate some fucking like gas station attendant who does this in their fucking part-time. Like, all right, who am I going to talk to today? I don't know. Who is it? Who's here? Oh, Queeman. Queeman's in the video. Queeman's in the fucking video. Queeman mentioned on fucking Hasanavi and Brandon Buckingham. Oh my God. Hasanavi and Brandon Buckingham and still like next to no motion. And now he's on a face cam. He just like showed up. He got no fucking I think Brandon Buckingham saw the way his name was spelled and was just like, whoever this guy is, I'm not trying to pronounce that. Oh man. I think things are going to pop off here in the next like year or so. Not necessarily like for me or anything, but just in the general sense, it's going to go crazy. What's going on here? What's going on here? Channel locked. Come on. I have no idea. I'm always worried to click anything on a fucking Discord because I have no idea what the hell's gonna happen. There's a lot of buttons that just like drag you into channels and shit. Yeah, let's see. And on that, like fucking Hassan was like food shops mentioned. What the fuck? I think the dangerous thing about this, and I think what you're gonna start seeing is that a bunch of fucking some incompetents are gonna be able to skip the line because people just pick their enemies. You know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of good fighters and shit, but like the UFC would look way different if fucking old bald fuck, what's his name? Dana White. If Dana White wasn't allowed to fix all the fights. I about said pick all the fights. Wick TV is scraping the bottom of the barrel, to be honest. I mean, dude, Wick TV's fucking panels suck. I think I would do one once for the fuck of it. But like not more than that. Okay, what's he talking?
Mm-hmm. I got to be honest with you. Sometimes you say some really edgy shit, and then people spam my mentions with your edgy shit.
Why entertain them? You're giving into the snarkers.
Okay.
Like the people who spam your mentions are all snarkers. Yeah,
it's fine. I'm just playing. Okay. All right. Yes.
Oh yeah.
What did you want to talk about? Okay.
Just a warning beforehand. I did not take my meds yet, so I'm gonna be totally off the rocker. Okay. So I have a question. How do you know you're wrong? Like, how do you determine when you're wrong? Like, if you view your actions in retrospect or you view your opinions in retrospect, how do you build that?
Man, bro, I gotta say, that's dead content right there. Whoops. L guessed, how do you figure out if you're wrong? Oh my god, dude. Dude, it's Flash. It's crazy. It's a fucking. I feel like I'm rapidly shuttling back and forth in time at the same second. I'm the time traveler's daughter. Whatever. This is. If you guys, I don't know. I got a bunch of extra people in here, I guess, right now. Anyway, do you guys remember fucking Twitch poll debates from like 2018, 2019 era before the first Trump election? They would be all over the place. Some of them would be really great, legendary, and some of them would be horrible. A lot of them would be like not high standards in the general scheme of content, but there would always be that moment where you brought someone on and you're like, fuck. It was always out of the demon mama sphere too. Anybody that was like relative to that little subsection of the of the area, which are like these like I don't know, checked out anarchists. The statements that would come, you're like, okay, you'd hear people, we need to talk about something and it's a policy, and like, what are these numbers? This number is higher than this other number. How do we feel about the difference between these two numbers? And then you get shit like, what's the philosophical understanding of how you know when you're wrong? How do you know? How does the sun really rise? Like, it's these fucking like Zen cone, like Confucius once said ass statements that are just absolute fucking gibberish. Miserable. It's the worst fucking content. Look at this guy. Look, you got to fight. Get these motherfuckers in here. Get through it, Hutch. I'm next. Come on.
That's me.
You have to be better.
My feelings.
You have to be better than this than to do just.
Okay, I don't like the condescending remarks.
But no, like, but this is just okay. If you want.
We are. This is back. It's back in the past. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Dude. This is the point where you turn the hippy dippy debate off, where all of the other panelists go like this. I need you to not talk to me. I need you to be nice to me. Oh my god. What in the fuck? Okay, maybe I should listen to a little bit of this.
That happens. Like, don't you think that you should maybe take?
You said these are.
Can I just finish one thing?
But you say these are not arguments. Okay. ... However, well, if they're not arguments, let's move on to the actual arguments. I don't want to deal with the I don't care about guilt by association.
Yes, but that's part of my argument. Part of my argument is also that you're not engaging in good faith.
What do You just tried to guilt by association.
I can't tell if that's dead serious or not. I literally, that doesn't make the statement. It is equally possible that Food Shops is engaging in kiting right now and doesn't give a fuck about any of this, as it is that this is just actual things to say. Bottom of the barrel fucking lefty Twitch poll type shit. God, it's fucking miserable. God.
On your actions and be like, okay, well, could I be wrong? Like, have you thought about that? Like, maybe I could be wrong.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all I ask. Okay. Because I don't know whether or not, like, this entire, because sometimes when a lot of sides are coming.
Is it worth talking to this fucking pedophile? Like, what the fuck? Food Shops has made comments coming out in hardcore support of lolicon pornography. If you guys don't know that, Food Shops is just a pedophile. Food Shops is persona non grata in all but the most degenerate corners of the old Twitch poll, DGG adjacent Dylan Burns debate sphere. Like, to the point where most people won't even talk to her at all about anything because, well, first off, clearly the content's bad. But second, it's like, I just don't want to talk to her. The only thing I've got to say is just a series of like, how do we get you to the 13th reason, homie? Like, that's it. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason to have a conversation. And I guess this is the quality of it. So it's crazy that fucking Food Shops of all people is being like reintegrated into mainstream commentary and debate again. It's so where the fuck that came from is beyond me. Like, the book was written on that, but now we're bring her back in. Why? Is the content that good? Were we missing out? Like, no. You need one of the great battlefields between the Hassan left and the noble centrist holier than thou ultra lib is your proximity and permissibility to fucking Food Shops. I need Food Shops. We need to rebuild the Food Shops. God damn.
You know, the people democratically elect the Congress. So if the Congress decides,
okay, okay, so if the Congress decides it upon an illiberal reason, then you're in support of that?
I mean, ideally no, but like if there's enough consensus in the Congress to remove a judge, there's a pretty decent chance that judge has that it's justified. Like, I don't think we're in a situation yet where, you know, as far as things, as bad as things have gotten in this country and as how polarized things have gotten in this country, I really don't think we're even kind of close to that quite yet, where, you know, we just like we're arbitrarily removing judges because we just don't like, you know, their individual rulings. Like, the threshold is pretty high. I think there's only been one judge ever that's been like impeached. You know, it shouldn't be ruled out altogether as a possibility, but not a very common thing.
Okay, sure. So I agree with you that Congress should have the power to remove judges, but can the people advocate for the Congress to remove judges?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. So
that was a skip in the live. His stream is futzing out. That's why.
Simply advocating for Congress to remove the judge, which isn't very like illiberal.
No, I don't think that that's a good faith interpretation of what he said.
I don't give a fuck about any of that. I think this is always the issue too with this entire politics sphere in a general. There's no like foundational like conversations. The fact that we have any control whatsoever democratically or even like power and pressure wise from the lowest position in society, which is that of the individual, over federal level politics at all is like crazy, and it's not that much power. It really isn't. It takes the entirety of society to move the boat 1 mil left or right, and the waves of history themselves rock the boat more than anyone could actually generally ever change it at that level. The leverage, literal leverage you have, political leverage, is just not extreme, right? By that point, most of the decisions have already been made. And so like this is the real downside for a lot of these political conversations that happen DGG sphere adjacent, is that it's easy to wax poetic, which is all that is. It's easy to wax poetic about the methodology and the desires and whatever the fuck behind decisions at the highest level of government and what you would and wouldn't like to see. It's infinitely easier to do that than to do the really, really difficult thing of just know any facts at all about how the government works and change it. That's, people get mad about like the CIA is in control of everything. Do you know what the CIA knows how to do? They know how to look up a local election and for like $5,000 or $6,000 influence the election of a single judge. There's nothing that they do generally aside from the murders that you couldn't do, right? You never get on here. I never see it anywhere. The closest is and I have to give him credit for it, whether you like him or not. Mike from PA is the only person with a grounded assessment of how to change the government. And all he has to do is say 2 words, sewer socialism. And he has a better political standpoint on these issues than almost anybody in the entirety of the political sphere online that talks about any of this stuff. The Republicans don't give a, they always want to just talk about, they're gossipers. They're all gossipers. They want to talk about whose fucking ass is showing in the current moment. But if you actually want to affect local stuff, you need to know about what is happening locally. You need to know what is occurring and what's not occurring. Is my fucking chat fucked right now? Are you guys not? There's no way nobody's talking. Am I fucked up? Let me double check, because I think somebody said that Twitch chat is being pissy. Let me make sure. I always got to double check. I might not be. But I always need to double check. Because I've been popping back and forth. Let me just make sure that... So I'm not looking at any of my updates. Okay, yeah. My chat's not getting updated for some reason. What the hell? Why not? Okay, there we go. That works. What in the hell? Is it? Okay, now it seems to be working a little bit. Oh, okay. Okay. I think my program was not importing chat, so like they were super old. I was like, there's no way that many people are in here and no one's at least telling me to fucking kill myself. What the fuck? This conversation's still going to turn that off.
I think that...
Okay, still going. But like the problem with a lot of these people in these conversations politically is nobody has foundational knowledge of civics. Like that's it. It's not like a big own. It's just it's readily apparent. I think it's what I'm probably going to be talking to Hutch about. It's his clear lack of knowledge of civics. That it's striking, but it's not like it's a rare thing for him. It's common across the board where people just don't understand how politics works fundamentally. They're so, people have been indoctrinated into the cable news cycle of political understanding, which is actually all of politics flipped on its head, right? So you only see the top of the pyramid as though it's holding the pyramid up, and you start thinking of like end of their life, end of their political career figures in the last position or the one of the 2 last positions they'll ever hold as being the most important people to talk about in a moment. Now, that doesn't mean that the things that they're doing aren't important, but very likely you're not going to unseat a Nancy Pelosi. You're just literally not going to unseat a Supreme Court judge unless you fucking contribute in some way to their end of life experience. And the president becomes the president not because of just the will of the people, but really because of the will of the massive amount of representatives and other individuals in the political sphere who they have through a career acquired the friendship of, the patronage of, and have interlocked themselves into with promises and debts and favors and all that sort of stuff. What you can easily leverage are local elections. They're just not fun and sexy, and it's impossible to make money talking about them on Twitch or YouTube because like people just don't know to be interested in that, but that's the most interesting thing. Like, that is what there should be giant chunks of people talking about, like regional elections. The reason you feel black pilled and sad all the fucking time, all you motherfuckers, is because you don't have any connection to the politics you can change. You do feel like your vote doesn't matter because you're voting in an election where your vote counts for the smallest piece of the pie. Whereas here in Kentucky, we just lost a House Senate seat, a state Senate seat, state House seat, state representative seat by 100 some odd votes in an election of tens of thousands of votes, right? I think it was like 15 to like 14-9 essentially is like where it came out. I can look up the real numbers, but it was that close, within 100 to 200-ish votes. And that is the 3 or 4 school classrooms of people, right? That's an insane amount of leverage. You could be the vote that goes over because it's first past the post, right? You know what I mean? And so the issue, I've been sitting there to refresh send messages and watch my messages disappear. Okay, yeah, the YouTube chat's probably fucked up. It's fine. You guys, we also have a Discord. Even if you're not a fan of mine, don't worry about it. Join the Discord. Just don't break any of the rules, and you can talk about it. You can make fun of me. No one gives a fuck. But that's the reason that people feel disenfranchised and disconnected is because they vote in the least leveraging elections, period. And they don't even know what kind of elections they can vote in, which I'm going to be talking to this ding dong about here hopefully soon.
Closer now more than ever in the last.
But nonetheless, are we still a little bit removed from post World War II, from the current?
No, we're not. We are so close.
What the fuck? Just double checking. I know I'm hopping in and out of conversations. I'm really much more spiritually focused on this. I'm serious as fuck. The left needs to focus on winning comptrollers and similar roles. I keep getting called an electoralist for insisting these positions matter. The thing is, too, is that even if socialism, dead-ass communism still won, communism still uses electoral systems to decide these people. You would still have to involve yourself in the knowledge of and promotion of the right individual to take hold of these issues, right? The point of unionization and cooperative construction and organization is so that people can engage in true democracy, pure democracy, actually, one person, one vote, in order to make decisions that affect their lives. You would not only be engaged in electoralism, you need to have an understanding of the actual shortcomings and benefits of electoralism and the like to make good decisions in that. If you are like, I don't like electoralism, but you don't even know what the elections are around you that affect you. Like, you don't know who's up for election. You don't know what positions people can be elected to. You have no idea what even the functionaries, the highest level functionaries, executive around you do. Then, like, even if there was a socialist revolution, you would still be, I guarantee you, in the same place, because the problem isn't just 100% that the people are corrupt. It's that you don't have any understanding of who the people are and why they should or shouldn't be in charge of something. You don't have, you have stake in the game, but you're not playing. You know what I mean?
About that, the best thing we could do is take back the House, maybe take back the Senate, impeach him.
What do you mean?
Impeach him.
We tried our best, 107 days.
Impeach him, and then potentially kick it over to the Senate, and then maybe we can get enough Republicans to convict. Okay, so like, but you know, that's kind of baked in right now. He's probably going to be sitting in that seat for the next. But I'm saying now. But wait, hold on. I'm saying right now. How are these political prosecutions working out for Trump right now?
in terms of Trump prosecuting other people or other people prosecuting Trump? Which one? Which way?
Okay,
Well,
you,
no
guys
one's
have to
prosecuting
listen
Trump
to
now.
him
I'm talking
talk
about
for a
him
second.
targeting
I'll be back. I'm getting
Comey
water.
and Letitia James and Jerome Powell and, you know.
Yes, but the fact that he's doing it in the first place is horrible. No.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, but and on
Yes.
yes, great. We agree. That's bad to do that. Right?
And what happened to the charges against Trump? And what happened to January 6th?
He was convicted of 32 felony counts in New York. He was on his way to being convicted in federal court and probably the Georgia court as well. And then the American people decided that they didn't want him to have that accountability. But you're not getting at my question. My question is, how are these political prosecutions that are coming out of the Trump administration, how are they playing out right now? Like, how are they benefiting him?
Stream to get fucking dunked on.
Or and
he
then
doesn't seem to be. I mean, his popularity seems to be dropping.
I hate this. I hate these conversations. I might have to pop in to just fucking. Maybe I'll turn my fucking thing on. See what's going on in this little pocket of people. Okay. But yeah. Ultimately, like, you gotta get down on the ground and know who the fuck is around here. And I'll say this again and again. I got a bunch of extra people, I guess, in here watching me that aren't normally here, and that is the issue. That, like, the most common issue is that people have no fucking idea what they can even vote for. I mean, do you know what the upcoming elections are ahead of you? You know what I mean? And it's not like you have to have encyclopedic knowledge. I know that we have a House primary. Actually, I got polled for a House primary that's coming up in May. I think it was Kevin Bream. He's got a strange name. Kevin Deem, I think might be. I think it was one of his pollsters called us up and asked us some questions about, like, hey, this is his messaging. This is who he is. As I recall, he was basically like Secretary of State style department for, the governorship of an area. Galactic Greaser Super Chat, $2, thank you. For Andy Bashir here in Kentucky. La vaca, moo, la vaca, moo, la vaca, moo, la vaca, moo. God damn it, I love that shit. What's going on here? Is he just tweaking?
Because that is to. I think you need to correct the record.
Oh yeah, dude, YouTube is fucked up right now. YouTube, I'm barely getting actually audio from him. What the fuck? When escalates, I'm here to ask him of the cuckold life going on. He is a known cuck, dude. What the hell? Fucking, I have plenty of people that Kavdim, Lisan Al Gaib. Oh, my other one that I'm voting for sure. Charles Booker for Kentucky State Senate, or Kentucky Senate seat. The Mitch McConnell, dude, no one's even talking about that. Mitch McConnell's dead ass is done. Andy Barr, who's currently the representative for my district, that's why my district's getting a fucking primary right now. Andy Barr is dropping out of the House seat for where we are, and he's going to be running for Senate. So,
is contributing to his unpopularity. Then you say that his unpopularity is contributing to them losing a lot of political power. And then you're also following those.
Prosecute the people who are prosecuting unfairly, right? Because the difference is that you're prosecuting fairly. That's the thing.
But it's
right?
not. But if you listen, if
just because Newsom is the one directing it doesn't mean that it's going to be prosecuted unfairly. You're just simply telling the DOJ to prosecute the past crimes, just like the Nuremberg trials, right? You're trying to.
Technically, you can't bring up the Nuremberg trials. There's a very good point that Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the Holocaust, brought up at Nuremberg, which was, okay, even if we did do this, America, weren't you kind of doing this already to the Native Americans? And we just went, yeah, but we won, so fuck you. Like, that's our answer. The Germans, when the Germans got arrested after World War II, they thought that they were going to get a quote unquote fair trial, i.e., the law would be levied against them to the extent that it has been levied against anyone who's done something similar, i.e., we could just say we were following orders, and it's kind of just like you guys with, you know, your mass rape, murder, genocide, and scalping of the Native Americans for like 200 plus years, right? You guys did chattel slavery. We did a little bit. We did like 4 years of chattel slavery. You guys did it for like up until just like 100 years, not even, it was like 80 years ago. It was like a one person's lifetime by the time of the end of World War II, all 80 years essentially, since you guys were doing hardcore chattel slavery in America. Like when we started murdering all the Jews and took power in the early 30s, like it hadn't been that long. Like there were still people alive, you know? We don't think that we should be held to some crazy high standard. What the fuck? And America went like, damn, we did do that, but fuck, you should have won. So the Nuremberg trials, unironically, were unfair. They were absolutely unfair. The evidence was good and collected right. They were tried, but they were not the Nazis were tried not in keeping with the spirit of the way that any of these ideas of law or of decent treatment of humans had been applied before. They had simply done things that had already occurred, right? And so in their mind, if they are not the full-on architect of something, they should be let off, because it's not like the Civil War ended and we started arresting fucking overseers from plantations and like going out to like every little fucking plantation and be like, hey, who wants to make sure that they can get reparations and all that sort of stuff. We literally didn't do that to America, but Germany had to pay reparations to the Israelis, to Israel, and then also a bunch of Jewish families. And so it was like this whole fucking thing. If I got that wrong about Israel, my bad. But like they got fucked, and it's for the best, right? A little bit of accurate justice is better than none at all in that specific context, especially when we're talking about a Holocaust. But you know, if I could have my way, Reconstruction would have ended like Nuremberg. You know what I mean? We would have had mass trials and we would have pushed that thing off, but we pussied out. And pussying out a fucking really holding racists and slavers accountable for their racism and slavery really fucked our country to this day. Like the vast majority of issues that we are having now are knock-on effects again and again and again and again of slave owners not getting their way. Like if you look at most of the gigantic racists in Congress right now, they're all direct descendants, not even that far, of anti-civil rights activists. And then those people are all descendants of Klanners and Confederates, like Confederates. It's not that long of a history, but we never went and did the thing where we went, okay, fuck it. This time we're holding everybody to account. It doesn't matter what happened before. It doesn't matter. And that is illiberal. That is not holding people to the same standard of law. It is holding a select group of people more strictly to the law than others. But fuck it is the vibe, because it really did wonders for Germany. If Germany had been permitted to have Nazis rebuild Germany, I mean, consider if instead of the Nuremberg trials and the justified hanging of Nazis, like in America post-Civil War, we'd have just allowed Hermann Göring and fucking Adolf Eichmann to remain in Germany and rebuild it. Do you think that Germany would be in a better place right now or not? Like, do you think the countries around them would be in a better place right now or not? Like, I mean, it's all hypothetical. It's fucking, you know, maybe we should call him the what if altist, but god damn.
I think that it is important for setting the narrative and it's important for correcting the narrative. Number two, I think that using the direct precedence that was already.
Fucking Jesus Christ. Talk to chat for a bit, waiting for this asshole to fucking, hey, dude, boot this fucking pedophile and talk to me. I live in Missouri and nobody in our government is reaching out to poll anybody, and it's specifically because they'd have to hear about how our governor circumvented the will of the people here. I mean, probably. If you never have anybody having to go out and poll anyone where you are, then there's not enough political action in the area to get going. That's the other thing. I'm gonna yap myself into an early grave before I get onto this, but I guess it's good to calm down a bit. This is one of the things I get. This is how to get into it. This is that ogre boy guy who was talking about it. I didn't vote in my election because I have the privilege of living in a blue plus 40 state or whatever the fuck. I don't know. All of a sudden people are doing plus 40, plus 35. It's insane. I got a bunch of people who don't exactly understand how the executive branch and legislative branch work. But they all like talk in fucking 538 lingo. I don't get it. I don't know why people are reading polls and like they're not talking to the people that are running them. You know what I mean? Is anything happening here? Search chat. Boring. The fuck was I talking about? Okay, yeah. So one of the reasons you have to get hyper involved in voting, especially if you're a lefty, especially if you're in a district where you have a strong oppositional coding, right, to where you are, right? So say you're in a plus 35 red, whatever the fuck. Where I live in Kentucky. I'm in the middle of a Republican supermajority Commonwealth, right? It's crazy here. But the thing is there's concept. I'm going to analogize here. There's a concept called in fisheries called like natural hatcheries, right? So like when you have fishing, commercial fishing in the ocean, there are areas where you can fish and areas where you can't fish, right? The natural fisheries or natural hatcheries or whatever the hell they're called are areas where the fish, you just never fish there. They're very healthy areas for the fish because the fish can go unmolested by the hands of man, and so they thrive. These unpressured hatchery areas make it so that there's always a generative place for the greater fishing areas to be restocked with fish, right? This is true of oysters, especially down in the Chesapeake Bay. I covered a bunch of fucking people. Shout out everyone who goes out in a dead rise in the morning. I've talked to oyster farmers about this. They love it. This concept is actually the same fucking thing in politics. It's the exact same thing. A hard controlled district that beats the people in the district's desire to run against the norm, however that norm is. Let me just double check.
Of the path.
Still talking. Okay. That doesn't want to run against the status quo and the norms of that district, no matter how that district is. If it's a blue or red, even if it's never primaried or if it's never run against in the general in an effective way, then that solid district doesn't have to fundraise the way that other districts do. Now, they do have to fundraise, they do have to win their elections, but it's not the kind of fundraising you see where in elections where people are neck and neck, right? Boom, 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 boom. Those fights, those fucking +1, +2, dead even fights where it comes down to a little bit, or seat flip fights where it's like, oh my God, all of a sudden we're +5 because, you know, somebody got to buy all these ads. They did a little bit of gerrymandering. All of that works because of the indolence of people in the natural hatchery areas of politics. Because you never fuck with the status quo where you are, they can spend money outside of that area that they are not spending there. It's a fundamental fact of why does I keep saying that? It's a fundamental fact of just logistics, right? If you never hit somebody's logistics hub, right? You can hit their lines all you want, but once they rebuild the line, the logistics goes through. When it comes to politics, if you start running at the local level in ways that actually draw attention to that office, it doesn't even matter if it's an extreme thing. You will start drawing money into those races. It'll start small and then it'll get big. Because even if you're running against the national party for primary elections, the national party now has $1,000, $2,000, $10,000, $500, whatever, less to spend further out on other primaries or on other elections. And so you can actually get concessions first and foremost for this. It's very, very common for people to run this is called like a lame dog race or something like that. There's an actual term for this, a real politico will tell you. You run a horse shit race against somebody, but you know that you're going to knock them down 4 or 5 total points, right? And you do it specifically to get a concession from them. I'm going to run against you if you don't make me your VP. If you don't appoint me to this thing, and I want it in writing, we're getting it in fucking writing, or however the fuck, then I'm going to run against you. How about you just give me $2 million? How about if you're an incumbent, if you come and fix this issue I'm complaining about right now, I'll pull out and I'll endorse you. All of this is bog standard politics. This is, if you actually care about politics, which almost none of you do, and I know it's fine. You think you do because you watch like national elections and you listen to Destiny or something like that, but you don't actually give a fuck about politics. If you know real politics, if you know ball, this shit is constant. What happened? How the fuck, you always ask, how in the fuck did this guy get to be head of the fucking Kentucky Department of Agriculture or something, right? This is not the actual ag department story for Kentucky, but it's like, well, what happened was this guy was running for this thing and he didn't want to run against this person. So he jumped in the race against the incumbent and said, if you make me the ag head right now, because there's a bunch of things that I want to get pushed through as ag head, I'll run. I got my people want me there. They want me running ag. All they want me to do is run ag. They want me on agriculture. They want me on agriculture right the fuck now. Now, there's 2 ways I can do it. I can win this election, and then I can appoint an ag commissioner that's going to do what I want, or you can appoint me the ag commissioner right now and give me the leeway, and then you'll have some say over what I do. But my people are happy, I'm happy, and I'll throw my hat in the ring and endorse you. How does that sound? That's real politics. All the rest of this shit is fucking play pretend, can kicking for losers.
Justice, because he has like a conservative majority Supreme Court that he happens to fill up with his crony judges, right? That to me is wrong because he gets to escape justice.
Yeah, but you don't,
because of his position as the president. How's that fair?
Yeah, but you don't get to say I'm a liberal, but when it's convenient for me or when I feel very strongly about a thing,
do you think liberals have flaws? Do you think liberals have flaws? Do you think liberalism has flaws? Because I think this is one of the greatest flaws of liberalism is this.
Is what now?
Does liberalism have flaws?
I think any liberal system is going to have flaws because when we talk about systems, we're talking about groups of people. And so,
Jesus fucking, that's horrible.
So a flaw you could argue with liberalism would be you have to go through a lot of bureaucracy and red tape to make sure that you're in compliance with the.
Yeah, he's skipping like crazy on my end. Civics lessons with Tyler again. This shit, dude, this is like it. No one ever talks about this stuff. It drives me crazy. I mean, I'm going to get into this thing with Hutch. I guess, I don't know if I have any of his fans in here half watching me because I said I would pop in here. Let me just put this. I need to say this real quick. If you're a Hutch fan, there's at least 2 things he said today that were completely fucking incorrect, just so that you know. One of them was, his statement was to a degree, we can't democratically select prosecutors. This is untrue almost throughout the entirety of America at the state and local level. I don't know why he said this, but he said this. We can't democratically select prosecutors. You actually do democratically select your prosecutorial authority. 43 states elect their attorney general, including Kentucky. Our attorney general is Russell Coleman, and where he lives, In California, Rob Bonta, who was a Democrat. Our guy is obviously a Republican, but barely won. Did not win by a gigantic margin, like 5 to 7 points, which is not hard to fucking drag out. And that election was in 2021. Where Hutch lives specifically, I think he said he lived in the San Francisco Bay Area. He might have moved since then, but where he grew up, they also elect the Attorney General of that district, which is the 27th district of San Francisco. If you are a Kamala Harris fan and you've said things in your past like Kamala Harris good, I think people should support Kamala Harris. And you're like, I would expect that you have a understanding of her career in politics. It would be crazy for you to say you can't democratically elect your local prosecutors because Kamala Harris was elected the 26th or 27th district attorney of San Francisco in 2003 and 2007. She was the 27th district attorney of San Francisco. Earlier I said San Francisco's 27th district. In California, that was completely incorrect. I just misread what I wrote down. And as a Attorney General of California and the 27th District Attorney of San Francisco, Kamala Harris and those early elections going into her later elections for higher office allowed her to become fundamental in banning the gay panic defense and the state's Prop 8 gay marriage ban. So very likely that state or local AG election and then the later state election for attorney general probably saved thousands upon thousands of people's lives by preventing the courts from allowing the gay panic defense in murder trials. So that's just like fundamentals.
Things that you could do within a liberal framework. You're just jumping past all of that and jumping straight to let's abandon liberalism. Before you've even tried dozens of things to address.
Tried, Hutch, we tried for the last 15 years.
How long did it take?
We impeached this motherfucker. This guy had charges on him.
How long did it take after emancipation before they got rid of Jim Crow?
That's not how you ask that question. Hold on. Let me do the math. When was the Emancipation Proclamation? Was that in 18? I want to say it's 1868. I can never remember. It's either 1868 or 1864. It's probably neither of those, and I'm wrong. Jim Crow. The first big blow to the dissolution of Jim Crow would have been 1957 and the first Civil Rights Act, which was still inadequate, but that permitted kids to start going to school. That's where you get. Is that Ruby Bridges that got hit with the rock? I might be fucking that up. Up through the series of Civil Rights Acts up through 1964. But Jim Crow as legislation, I don't think they passed it immediately. I mean, I could look that up. Hold on. First Jim Crow laws established. Just double check. Generally overturned in 1965 by the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Oh, yeah, the start of it would have been 1957. Beginning in the 1870s. Upheld in, it's Plessy Ferguson, 1896. So it takes a little while to get to Jim Crow laws. They were not, Jim Crow did not, hold on a second. Since construction era after 1863. Oh, I'm completely wrong. Hold on. Let me make sure that you guys have the right. Okay, I was close. January 1st, 1863 was the Emancipation Proclamation. My apologies. Very white. Very white of me. My tab crashed. Jesus Christ.
You're telling me that
It's fucking miserable. Did you dork asses remove my message?
Past. You're very inconsiderate to everybody who would be suffering from these things. We would have MAGA gas chambers.
I think the other thing is that Jim Crow wasn't like specifically. Jim Crow is a racist caricature. It's actually Jim Crow is a fucking minstrel show. Jim Crow laws weren't specifically like laws like Jim Crow was a guy who passed them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you would say like Obamacare is a way to call the Affordable Care Act. Jim Crow laws were a way of talking about the Jim Crow South, minstrel show South, and these sort of ideas that kind of generally melded together. But there's no way to say like, hey, we're going to repeal Jim Crow specifically as like legislation that got passed, as I recall. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that. I don't think I am. Which is actually why it was so difficult to get the effects of Jim Crow reduced. The massive series of civil rights packages leading up to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And there's a series, if you're not familiar with how civil rights worked, the Civil Rights Act started in 1957, which was the beginning of high-level racism in America. Like just a kickoff, right? As a suppressive action against black folks. 57 was that Dred Scott? I can't fucking remember. I can never remember the court cases correctly, but basically, Plessy versus Ferguson back in the day. You move on, Dred Scott, all that kind of stuff. 1957 is where they knock down the first small bits of segregation, and it's nowhere near enough, and everybody knows that. So black people can pay taxes, black people can get killed, they can work, all this stuff, but they don't have almost any say in America, and they can't go to most of America. Segregation is real as fuck. The rest, and it's not through necessarily laws. That's the other thing, is it's not just necessarily like black people legally can't come in here, because you can't necessarily make that kind of law, although they do legalize that as part of a lot of the Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act era issues. The other problem is actually having to be illiberal and restrict the freedoms of people to run their day-to-day life the way they see fit and remove people's ability to access rights that everybody else has. So one of the major issues, and this is 1967, 69, it could be. One of the last of the civil rights acts that's passed is the Fairness in Housing Act, right? Title 6, I believe. I could be wrong. I'm saying numbers. Don't take that to heart. But that title legislation basically did ultimately say that you can't discriminate against people based on race, creed, color, religion, disposition, and then things were added to that later down the road because it actually ended up being pretty good, but wasn't holistic. And the reason for that is the Jim Crow South was not just necessarily the Jim Crow laws were passed and then we all got together and said no more Jim Crow laws. It was also that the prevailing attitudes and permissible behaviors underneath Jim Crow allowed you to be simultaneously within polite society and also be a monster, right? Because your rights, so to say, were being protected. Your right to do what you want with your property. What do I do with my property? Well, I, as a property owner, just don't want any black people living in my building. Okay, well, that's no good. Okay, yeah, well, it's my right. All right, well, I'm going to take that right away from you. Whoa. We're being a little illiberal here, right? And that's the whole thing, is that you actually have to restrict people's rights in order to maximize rights for everybody else. This is a real liberal standpoint. Hutch is very often not in that area. Ooh, Food Shops is gone.
Hell's Advocate, did I get you for 200 bits? What if we just do exactly what Trump is doing that we consider bad,
Let me in.
but for the things we support instead? Have you considered that, Hutch? You know what? I'm starting. You know what? I'm starting to. It's starting to make sense to me. As the black pill within me rises. I'll be right back. 1 second.
This dude's killing me, I swear to God. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. This is the vengeance against me. Bear in mind that the Emancipation Proclamation was passed in the middle of the Civil War, and even then segregation started at the state level. It's not even... Was it passed? It was an executive action. What you're talking about is the 19th Amendment, right? So the Emancipation Proclamation was Abraham Lincoln saying, like, fuck it, we ball. The 19th Amendment...
I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. Liberalism is losing.
Fuck.
We are losing this fight.
14th Amendment.
I do have a threshold. I do have a threshold where I will unironically take the black pill, and then it's just like, who cares?
13th Amendment. My apologies. I think the 19th Amendment further enforced it. 13th Amendment prohibited slavery except in cases of incarceration.
You could have talked to me, Hutch. I could have talked to a lot of people. Westside Tyler is in my chat. Hello? He's dead.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello there.
Hold on just a second. I'm live too. Can you just say just words?
Chickadee, check yourself before you riggedy wreck yourself.
Based. Thank you. I think you're good. Okay, cool. Hello, hello. What's up?
Hey man, you want to talk about urine streams?
I made a promise. To my wife that would be nice. So I'm going to be nice.
No, but have you ever had like a urine like split stream?
That's never happened to me. It's weird.
Shut the fuck up.
I have no idea why you talk about that.
Why you don't? This is the
that
first
has
time
never happened to
talking.
me ever. It's weird. It's weird that it happened to you. That's your medical malady is a thing.
Hang on, chat, Twitch, YouTube. People with penises. Everybody else has had a split stream at some point in their life, right?
Also, I thought this didn't bother you.
It doesn't. I'm not bothered. You're bothered.
Let's stop talking about it. We can move on.
Everybody's saying yes in my stream, so I think you're the one with the weird penis.
I think you're the one with the weird stream.
That's true. I can't fight you on that one.
Like begets like. I got a couple issues. I got a couple issues with you.
Okay.
I unironically, I know I'm mean to you. I needed to get your attention. I really don't think that maybe you're the worst person ever. I don't know if you're being intentional or not, but I feel like you don't have a grounded knowledge of civics. Do you think it's the case that you do or don't? I mean, I'm not, this isn't a setup. I actually want to start this as a conversation. I've decided.
I think I am, like I have a very rudimentary understanding of like what do you mean? Like just like the structure of government? What are we talking about?
Okay, so I'll make an example. Earlier in this stream, this is why I decided to call in today, because this is a bridge too far. You said we can't democratically select prosecutors. Do you recall this? I'm not setting you up or trying to misread you.
No. Hang on. Don't mischaracterize what I said. What did I say?
Hold on. Let me. I clipped it.
Okay, so tell me exactly what I said, because I did not say that.
Let's see. Captures. Is it screen recordings? There we go. Tell me if you can hear this.
Mm-hmm. Do you understand what I mean? Like, I don't even like that language. I'm not involved. I can't hear shit.
Attorneys general
decide that they want to do.
Let me
the
just
state level or the federal level. I remember what I said. I mean, I can repeat it, but
okay. Well, tell me how you feel about it. All right, we can.
I said we don't democratically select prosecutions. We don't democratically decide that like we're going to make a prosecutorial decision to charge someone with crimes. So when people say like we should prosecute this and we should prosecute that, we do, for example, elect like district attorneys and attorneys general in states and these kinds of things.
But that's the thing we do. So that's the point. We do select who we prosecute. democratically by putting in the person that's going to do what we want us to do. Otherwise, there would be no point. You understand that?
Well,
it would literally every prosecutor that I think I've ever seen run their ad says, I am going to prosecute this specific type of thing. I'm going to be hard on drugs. I'm going to be hard on immigrants. They all do that. You can select for a prosecutor that says, I am going to be hard on corruption. I am specifically going to, hunt Donald Trump like a dog. It's not a different thing. That's the same thing. It
is. What's the difference between the prosecutions that you're talking about and the prosecutions at the federal level?
In what way? I mean, if I'm talking about
I'm asking you said I had a bad understanding of civics.
What? I mean, then you can just say what the difference, do you know what the difference between federal and state and local law is?
I do. I mean, but what's different about, for example, like federal prosecutions as opposed to somebody running on a platform of cracking down on corruption in New York or whatever?
They fall under federal or state law. So it's
you can't think of any other differences.
I mean, those are two extraordinary differences. They're governed by two different parts of the Constitution.
Well, I would point to the long-standing norm that's been in place since the post-Nixon kind of reforms of the independent nature of the DOJ. And the reason for that norm, would you agree that the reason for that norm is a good reason?
Describe the reason.
The reason was to establish distance between the president and the attorney general and the DOJ, because Nixon had so corruptly tried to influence DOJ decisions, and it went beyond Watergate. Like he was secretly ordering DOJ to investigate groups that he thought were like radical communists, or potentially would do like a internal insurrection, right? And so after that whole scandal, and I'm sure you agree that Nixon was super corrupt, and all that is like really bad, right?
Yeah.
After that, we adopted these norms to establish an independent nature of DOJ, and it was Donald Trump has been the first person to
those are two
break.
different things, because we're talking about democratically selecting for, and you're talking about the president specifically designating targets for investigation, which the presidents all have still done since then. I mean, it's not.
No, that's not true. What are you talking about?
George Bush never did anything interesting after 9/11. You can't think of a single example right around.
He didn't direct DOJ
September
to go
12th.
after people.
He didn't. The FBI did not reconstruct itself entirely to pursue terrorists within Muslim communities in America. That never happened. You're going to stand 10 toes down on that one.
I will, because you're talking about.
Did that occur?
Bro, you're talking about broad policy goals, that is like considered okay. That's acceptable within the boundaries of the norm. But George W. Bush, in fact, George W. Bush, in fact, did not instruct his DOJ to, for example, prosecute specific people. It didn't happen.
Oh, you mean like to hunt down like a guy specifically? Okay.
Yes.
That still doesn't really respond to the initial question, which is you said we can't democratically select prosecutions.
We don't.
Because we can. You're talking about other stuff.
We're talking about federal level. I tried to explain it to you. Apparently, you need to brush up on your civics, because were you aware of the norm of like the independent nature of DOJ? Did you know that was a thing?
Is a norm a law, or is it something that you can just disregard because it's a feel good? So
you can disregard it. Yes.
You can disregard it. Who gives a fuck? Yes. So that's not a response. That's just ignorable.
Should you disregard all norms?
If do they provide any benefit to you?
Do they provide any benefit to like functional, healthy American democracy?
Well, I think you were talking about, right? I'll make an example. You were talking about you have a proud Confederate ancestry in Kentucky.
What the fuck did you just say?
You said that you're proud of your Confederate ancestor, Goofus the Gallant or whatever. He's got four cities named after him.
You said I was proud to be a Confederate descendant? When the fuck did I say that?
Well, you were proudly describing your Confederate descent. Don't worry about it. Well, let's continue.
No.
We're talking about norms. We're
If
talking
anything,
about norms.
I was proudly telling my chat that my current relationship and my current like family and the way that played out, I proudly said that would infuriate my Confederate descendants.
Okay.
Why would you lie about that?
That's not a lie at all. That's not a lie at all. You're trying to change
always
it.
Lie about this.
Oh my God, that's pathetic. That's pathetic.
You guys will make up shit.
Who's
No,
you guys?
you're pathetic.
Who is you guys?
Just say that I ever
Who's
said
you
that I
guys?
was
No, clarify that. Clarify
of
that.
my Confederacy.
Clarify that.
Well,
Stop with the
way
fake.
you're
Stop with fake
behaving-
outreach. Fake outreach. Fake. Fake.
The way you're describing right now is in line with either Destiny anti-fan behavior or online kind of like belligerent leftists. Are you one of those things? Are you a Destiny anti-fan or are you like a belligerent online leftist?
What do you mean? What Destiny? If you don't like Destiny, I would be mean to you.
I'm asking you.
No, I'm my own guy.
You're not an anti-fan? Okay,
I'm the
are
most
you like
beautiful
an online...
man in Kentucky. I don't know if you knew that.
What are your general thoughts on Hassan?
Hold on, no. We got to go back to this. We got to go back to this example. We're talking about the importance of norms.
I don't know why you would lie about that.
Proud
I want you to
descendant
acknowledge
of a
that you lied
Confederate.
about it.
Proud
No, but I want you to.
Confederate. You're
I want
changing
you
it
to
right now,
acknowledge.
you slime ball.
I want you to.
I'm going to put all of the clips of what you said in a row. You're not going to get out of this. You're not so much bigger than me that you're going to fucking wash it away either. Come on, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. Stop with the fake outrage.
If you want to continue this conversation with me, I want you to acknowledge that you just made that up. I never said I was proud to be a descendant of a Confederate.
I
Do you
said
want to continue
you
this
are
conversation?
a proud descendant of a Confederate.
Why would you say that? Based on what?
Based on the pride with which you displayed your descendancy of a Confederate. And then you went through his little stuff and all this stuff. You're all happy and talking about it. I'll put it up on screen when I make the video. Why are you so pissed about this?
I talked about
you're sufficiently defensive of this that it reminds me of like have you ever seen?
Because you're lying. I think it's disgusting to lie about people.
Always Sunny in Pennsylvania or Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Are you doing a bit? Is this a bit?
Do you
seriously think? No, I'm asking you. Do you seriously think that I'm proud to descend from the Confederacy?
Are you not?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. I'll just take your statement at face value. Are you not?
Obviously not. Okay. Obviously. Why would I be proud of that? Are you calling me a racist? Do you think I think that
you are a racist?
I'm a racist?
Yes.
What is this based on?
Your segregationist hypothetical from a couple weeks ago.
Are you fucking kidding me with this?
No. It's a racist hypothetical to bring up. Do you understand?
Let me ask you a question. Why are
you dodging?
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, okay?
I just asked you a question. You didn't answer mine.
Are you familiar with the letter from the Birmingham jail, the white moderate, that whole thing?
No, I've never heard of it. Is that from like Martin Luther King Jr. or something?
Yeah. Are you familiar with it?
No. Never even heard of it.
You should brush up on your civics because this is like pretty basic civic stuff. But anyways, in this letter from the Birmingham jail, in this letter from the Birmingham jail, Martin Luther King talked about delaying a planned demonstration so that it would not overlap with a runoff between Bull Connor, who was this violent segregationist at the time, and a less violent segregationist, which is to say, he applied the harm reduction principle and tried to influence the outcome in the direction of the less bad segregationist.
Are you about to compare yourself to Martin Luther King Jr.?
This is not about comparing myself to Martin Luther King Jr.
Is your behavior? Are you suggesting your behavior is in line with Martin Luther King Jr.'s?
No, I'm not.
Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.?
I'm asking you, in a hypothetical situation, could you imagine trying to help elect maybe a segregationist, but it doesn't mean that you're a fucking racist?
No, because you're a racist if you help elect a segregationist.
But I just told you that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to help elect a less bad segregationist. Does that make him a racist?
If there's going to be two segregationists,
yes,
the less bad one could potentially be less bad.
Right.
But if you're trying to get a segregationist elected, you're a racist.
What about
if you're if you're a white person using Martin Luther King Jr. as leverage to make yourself look less racist, you're probably a racist.
What about a segregationist?
Which would make you racist in my example. Answer to it.
what about a segregationist versus a like full-on fascist?
There's no difference.
There's no difference?
Describe the difference. What is a full-on fascist? What kind of fascist, by the way? Italian?
Well, what do you think fascism is? What do you think fascism is?
Fascism is a political system developed in pre-fascist Italy by some newspaper guys and sort of hammered into full construction by Benito Mussolini in the very early 1900s. It's actually developed from a variant of socialism and through reading Marxist literature and taking a different overall example. The primary example of what fascism would be is represented by the fasces itself, which is a bundle of sticks wrapped up around a big axe, which was actually the symbol of ancient Rome back in even at the time of the Roman kings.
Well,
it represents strength through unity and strength through violence in a mixed way.
What are the characteristics?
I'm describing them. If you never heard any of this before, have you? The ultimate characteristic of a fascist government is a identification of an in-group and an out-group, and pursuit of purity through identification of the out-group and elimination or explication of the out-group, or what do you call that? Expungement of the out-group.
Would you say that
which is a hallmark of segregation?
Would you say that every fascist is a segregationist, but not every segregationist is necessarily a fascist?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't think
segregation is inherently fascist. It is a requirement of fascism.
It is
no segregationist could be a segregationist without engaging in fascism.
What if there was a?
It's just inarguable. It's inarguable. There's no hypothetical you can bring up where you defeat the fundamental. No, I'm not.
They're two different things. I mean, you can have obviously segregation.
They have two different words.
Beyond segregation is an integral part of fascism, but segregation is not the same thing as fascism, right?
Benevolent segregation. Oh my God.
If you had
not a white supremacist, that's crazy. Not proud of any Confederate lineage.
I just need to understand how the mind rot works. Like, do you seriously think
the mind rot works in that you're not on my level here, and you keep trying to fucking duck out.
Who do I want to segregate?
Well, currently it seems like Hassan's people, I guess. Right?
What does that mean? Are we talking Turkish Americans? Or are we talking about leftists? Or are we talking about
I think you're trying to segregate out anyone that doesn't sort of agree with your immediate worldview and isn't nice to you.
What?
Right?
Are you serious? So
I can defend this too very easily. You are always bringing up your little your statement. Are we going to let these people into our coalition? Are we going to let these people into our coalition? You've defined an in-group and an out-group.
There's no way that
you say that. Stop with the fake incredulity.
What is a coalition? Because
you don't have the charisma. You do not have the charisma for the fake incredulity. You are not Destiny. You don't have it. You do not have the fucking balls.
I'm trying to figure out. I don't understand. You're either
I know you don't understand. You should ask questions that aren't already like part of your flow chart, and then you could learn some shit. But you have your little fucking flow chart you put together and your fucking chat GPT understanding of the world.
Play it out then. So what kind of segregation and how is that like analogous to the sort of Jim Crow segregation?
Why are we talking about analogous to Jim Crow segregation?
You're the one that said I wanted segregation back. I asked you what form
when did I say that?
When did you say that I want segregation to come back? Do you need to rewind the stream like fucking 5 minutes?
Do you need to rewind it? Do you want to find it?
So I don't want segregation to come back.
You argued on behalf of segregationists as part of your hypothetical,
right? So I do want it to come back, right?
Do you? If you're saying that interpretation that I'm giving of yours is accurate to that, then yes.
I'm trying to figure out what your interpretation is. So you say I want to segregate Hassan.
If you would stop trying to come up with a pithy remark to everything I say, which you're failing to do, and shut the fuck up and listen occasionally, you would learn stuff. But you can't because you keep trying to fucking big dick here.
No, you're saying I'm a proud Confederate and I want to bring Confederate
you're a proud descendant of a Confederate. You talk about your Confederate that you're descended from very proudly.
Okay, so how do I want to segregate Hassan in a way that is analogous to Jim Crow? What does that look like? What do you think I'm asking for?
Do you want to eliminate them from your party coalition? You want to isolate them and eliminate them from politics?
And you think that this is comparable to Jim Crow segregation?
Actually,
Are
yeah,
you
it's segregation.
actually
It's
fucking
fundamental. Yeah,
dim?
you're trying to eliminate people's access to the political process. You've said you don't want him to be able to run for
The
office.
political process. Wait, what? If a political party decides that they don't want to form a coalition with this group or that group, you're calling that segregation on the level of Jim Crow?
It will lead to that eventually, yeah, especially if you win. If you win, so you have to predispose yourself to failure. Otherwise, you're saying that if you win, they will permanently be cut out of politics. So by the time that you win, they won't have the ability to participate in politics anymore.
Should you allow Nazis in your political coalition?
No.
So you would be that. So that would be a form of segregation.
Yes.
You think that if a Nazi came up to you and said, "I want to join your political group," and you said no, that this would mean that that's segregation?
Yes. I would segregate
Bro,
Nazis. I would treat Nazis illiberally.
Listen, you are not ready for this conversation.
You are not ready for this conversation. You're going off in 15 different tangents and staying unfocused as fuck.
You're not ready for this. Come back when you're ready.
Are you rage quitting? Did you rage quit? I'm still in here. I'm still in here until you kick me. He rage quit. What the fuck? Hutch. Oh my God. Hutch, come on. Get the fuck back in here. What the fuck? What even was that? I have never seen a more pathetic display of inability to even do fundamental base. I was nice. Oh my God. Rage quit. First off, DGG rules L. L for rage quit. Massive. Did he kick me? He kicked me from his Discord. Mad. Bold and angry. No fucking way. Rage quit. Absolute fucking rage quit. He rage quit. He kicked me out of his fucking Discord. I have been removed. Get on Twitter. L Hutch. L Hutch forever. Hutch, it's time. It's time. You're on the chopping block. It's time. I can't believe it. Blood in the water. Blood in the water. How red was he on stream? What is he saying?
Maybe, you know what? Liberalism is, I'm with it 100%. I do this every day. I'm just going to close my streams out the same way every day. Fuck it. Yeah. Liberalism was a mistake.
Rage quit. L. Rage quit. Please, everybody. Anywhere you can talk to him.
I'm willing to ban my
Rage
liberal
quit.
principles, abandon my liberal
Rage
principles,
quit, L.
and advocate for re-education
Rage
for
quit,
Westside
L.
Tyler. Because what the fuck?
Rage quit. L. Rage quit.
We have
L.
no choice. That bad.
Is he fucking logging off for the day? Look how mad he is.
Jesus Christ, man. just how hard is it to just say, I misunderstood you?
I didn't misunderstand him at all.
How, like, why is that hard to say? You got to fucking debate bro yourself into saying segregation and Jim Crow segregation is the same as me saying I don't want to be in a coalition with Hassan Piker. What the fuck, bro?
Bro, God, dude, he's rewriting history actively. What a fucking pussy.
Hell sweet hell with $20.
Dude,
ask
dead
which
career.
crayon tastes best.
Dead fucking
I don't
career.
even
Oh my God. Fuck
I
me.
don't think they were lying though, you guys. Don't you understand? There's serious mind
God.
rot going on out there right now.
Dude, fully fucking booted me. Fully fucking booted me from his Discord. Fully fucking booted me from his Discord. By the way, you guys can actually hear the clip. This is where this started. My man is just
like, I don't even like that.
He is dead ass sprinting away. Sprinting away. Where's the media player? All right, hold on.
Language. I am not involved in do you understand what I mean? Like, I don't even like that language. I am not involved in what attorneys general decide that they want to do at the state level or the federal level. I'm not a part of that process. I'm not a part. We don't democratically vote.
No, of course,
for
we're not
prosecutors,
a part of the process.
right? Yeah. So
what it's a better way to put it then is that
We don't democratically vote for prosecutors. I'm not involved in that at the state or local level. Federal level. He just said the thing and he lied. It's just so stupid. He's like, I couldn't have gotten it wrong. Bro, fuck DGG. Is that all you got, bitch? Steve, is that your boy? Steve, that's your boy? Come the fuck on. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You're out of your goddamn mind. Oh my god. Ah! The full dude, I'm so fucking so stoked. He just said it. Oh my god. Please. Dude, Hutch, if you're still watching, do the best thing ever and try to fucking make sure I'll hit it real quick. do the best thing ever and take down the VOD immediately so I can't get to it. To show me, say it was broken. So I can't put you molding over there. Oh my god, bro. Oh my fucking god, dude. Ale 8's better than Roxa? If you like ginger, Roxa Cola, bro. It's more than wet. Some Kentucky shit right here. I didn't even get to talk to him about everything. What a weasel, bro. Even a fucking worm will turn. What a pathetic showing, dude. By the way, I hold this against every fucking live and learn person. Soy Pill, whoever the Josiah, Pondering Politics guy, I'm Really Important, Pisco. You guys are pathetic for hanging around whatever the fuck this is. Are you fucking serious, dude? Ass mad immediately, by the way. I was actively trying to be nice, but he's trying to fucking booty circle the whole fucking conversation around. Literally could not stick to the facts for a half a second and like the entire time. That is fucking amazing, bro. Oh my god. Lifelong L. Fuck God tier. God tier L. YouTube chat isn't working. I'm sorry about the chats being fucked up, guys. I can't do anything. I think YouTube itself is actually fucked up right now.
I don't understand. These people genuinely believe this unhinged, insane shit. You don't get it. You are underestimating the advanced mind rot that happens in these spaces.
Oh,
you don't get it,
man.
These people have completely detached themselves from reality.
Completely detached themselves from reality is nuts. I don't think you have a very good understanding of civics. Just lies to me. Just all lies and wants to talk about everything else under the fucking sun. He can't handle a barb. He couldn't handle a little, like, hey, you like your little Confederate ancestor. Oh, no. I was just fucking with him. What was I even going to say? Oh, yeah, it was our norms okay. And it wasn't necessarily the law everywhere in Kentucky back in the 1800s that you had to report or detain a runaway slave. But people would report and detain runaway slaves in Kentucky in the 1800s as part of the norms of the time. Are those norms acceptable? The answer is obviously fucking no. Norms change. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn. Thank you for the 50. I gotta go. I gotta go into talk to everybody about this shit. Well, I'm really sorry. I know there's 45 people watching. It's YouTube's end. Everyone should be able to talk and chat. I don't have any slowdowns, anything whatsoever going on. But like, goddamn. Dude, my man could not fucking handle it. The grandstanding is pathetic. What in the fuck? You really believe I would say that? Dude, just say you said it or say you don't care. My man cannot be pushed in the direction of a conversation to save his life. He just wants people to agree with him. It's the most pathetic fucking existence online I've seen in a while. By the way, this is indicative you can bully Hutch. That's what this means. You can and probably should bully Hutch if you get a second for shits and giggles, if nothing else. Like, goddamn, this is lolcow behavior. I mean, writ large. My man, dude, fuck. I mean, it kills him that he's not on the fucking other side of things. He could just call me a Jew. Which group? Are you a Destiny anti-fan? Like, that's not a normal position on Earth. I think this kind of conversation point comes from Destiny anti-fans. Are you in one of those groups? Like, bro, are people allowed to not like Creepy Steve? Are people not allowed to like Creepy Steve Fidel? The internet's creepiest guy. Are you guys dating? Hutch, did you have to get blooded in? I can't. I'm fucking dying here, man. I cannot believe that went so badly for him. It didn't have to go that way. He was a worm the whole time. The whole fucking time he was a worm. Like, he couldn't take a fucking joke. He couldn't take a barb. He started off mad. My wife is on it, dude. She's like, you gotta be nice. I was. There's a part of me that just wanted to go, dirty dick. But he starts off, let's talk about my dirty penis. If you put any of that conversation on his side in Chris Chan's accent, it would have been perfectly accurate. Perfectly fucking accurate. Oh my God. The maulding, bro. The fucking maulding of it all. Okay, let me look at these fucking donos. I'm sorry, everybody. Glorp from Vod Gang, thank you. Base. Wazowski, Vod Gang, 21 days. Eat the Wormboy. Punity 320. Blessed, thank you for the 8 months. Blessed be the counter installers for delivering this stream today. Ominous Dominus. Shag, yeah, thank you. People, chat is fucked. I know, I can't do anything about the chat being fucking wonk. There's just, I can't fix it. I don't know why it is the way it is. It just is. Should be able to click this and get to it. It might even just be my connection. Yeah, nobody can fucking talk for whatever reason. YouTube has been weird for the last few days. It's been fucking impossible to log on to it. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. But if you want to add anything to it and you can't talk in the YouTube chat, please join the Discord. Hop into the stream chat after you do your little onboarding stuff, read the rules, and then you can chat in the stream chat there too, because everybody's there as well. Shockingly funny. Oh my God. Galactic Greaser, $2. La Vaca. Oh yeah, these are all out of order too. Thank you, Shark Jumping Walrus. Why is that hard to say? For gifting a VOD Gang plan. Thank you, Moon, for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Krogo Kaka, for 1 sub. Thank you, Duck Noodle Soup. What the fuck? For 20. 426 people watching, not 45. Yeah, 426 people. Whatever. My thing is going all over the place. We're dropping off now that it's over. I'm gonna guess it's from somebody else's fucking chat, but like, Jesus Christ. Bad things. It's like the fuck. Bad things are bad when they're bad. What in the fuck? I appreciate it when you can tell somebody got their shit from, they have no foundational knowledge of what the fuck they're talking about, when it's just like, hey, but what about this talking point that's going on between people who know more about what's happening than I do? Okay, man. It's like, to put it into perspective, imagine you were watching a football game, right? And then someone who clearly barely understands football is like all of a sudden a super team person, and he keeps just screaming that every like throw is a foul. And you're like, what are you saying? Why do you keep saying that? And then you find out that he's been watching like Stephen A. Smith for some reason and half paying attention to that. And he saw like one clip from Stephen Smith. And it was just like, yeah, I'm gonna internalize this as being important because a person that I respect said it. And then they just say that all the time now. So every time you go to a fucking sports game with this guy, he's like, that was holding. Like, that's not. It's not even it's they're on defense. It's not even defensive. What are you talking about? Hold on. What? I was roughing the passer. That was a run. There's no passer. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Offsides. And there's like, it's the kickoff. It can be offsides, but nothing fucking. There's not even a yellow flag on the ground. I know, but I've seen offsides before. Are you saying that people can't go offsides during a kickoff? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. I guess I got to go through my Hutch bloodletting notes I put together. I'll show you guys these so that I can kind of go over what I wanted to talk about. I didn't get to any of this because he's a giant fucking baby. Fucking pussy confirmed, man. Oh my God. Politics largest lolcow. Fuck me. Hut wrote these earlier today. Okay, so his thing was we can't democratically select prosecutors. We can, and not only like prosecutors run on a policy of what they are going to focus on. That's inarguable. It's not it's not arguable in any valuable way at all, which is I think why you had to dodge it. It is just that is the purpose of a prosecutor. They are a person that fills a slot. The slot is prosecutor. They're a lawyer. They go do that thing. Once they become that thing, they have what you call prosecutorial discretion, right? They have small amount of time, large amount of crime. And so they can choose what they want to hyperfixate and focus on. And so they will, in every single campaign ad I think I've ever seen with a prosecutor, say, I promise to be tough on crime. The fentanyl coming into our city has been blah, 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 blah. As the Attorney General of Kentucky, I'm going to stamp out illegal immigration or whatever the fuck. They say what they're going to focus on, so you can select for that. When you're talking about the president, you can, that's like the last, a little bit of, you have way less ability to do anything because it's the federal government, I mean, obviously. But if you, at the local level, hyperfixate on prosecutors that are more focused on money crimes and corruption than they are, shoplifting and petty theft, then you're going to get that. If you focus on somebody that's way more about building RICO cases on large corruption activities or large like drug trafficking activities, we'll say, and you have a person that's like hyper fixated on human trafficking, right? Doesn't mean neither of them will cover the other thing, but their focus is going to be their focus. When they have prosecutorial discretion, they are going to pursue the thing that they said they're going to pursue as elected officials. This is a fundamental politics. There's no reason to argue about it. Even if the way that he phrased it, he says he knew this. Doubt. His ability, his attempt to try to describe how prosecuting crime works is fundamentally flawed. Fundamentally flawed, right? What a bizarre person to talk to. It's absolutely maximalizing anything that he says and just literally changing the words he uses. Like sentence after sentence after sentence. I don't think he stayed I don't think he said the same thing twice when he was trying to make a point. But shout out. Hope his people go look up the one time he did and put my face over it. What in the fuck? Either way, yeah. In America, 43 states elect their attorney general, including Kentucky. Russell Coleman, last election was in 2021 in California. Hutch, as I recall, lived in San Francisco Bay Area, which means he would have had the opportunity to vote for Kamala Harris as both the Attorney General of California in 2010 and the 27th District Attorney of San Francisco in 2003 and 2007. In those positions, she was fundamental in banning gay panic defense and the state's Prop 8 gay marriage ban. These fundamental things, if she ran on them, are you having your ability to choose what's prosecuted or what's not prosecuted, conversely, in the region that prosecutor is being elected to. They are also going to have discretion over the hiring, firing, promotion of the associates or assistant attorney generals underneath them, right? So you have all of the actual prosecutorial authorities who are carrying out their fucking wish list underneath them. They're selecting them too, and a lot of those people end up becoming the AGs. You actually have an extreme amount of, and you should hyperfixate on this if you are into politics at all, is that the executive authority is larger than just whoever the chief executive of a region is, the president, the mayor, or the governor. And very often, attorneys general are up for election. Coroners are up for election. What about a coroner? What's a coroner do? Coroners decide if things are murders or not. If you have a coroner who keeps deciding that every gay person that dies hanging from a tree in your fucking area all hung themselves impossibly in the middle of the night, then you should consider getting a different coroner or having somebody fucking run against that individual. Because, hey, maybe he's really good at his job or maybe he's covering up murders. Tyler, that's impossible. Look at the newspaper before you speak. Joe Manchin statements. The Joe Manchin thing, I feel like some of his people might come through here later. So I got to get it. Joe Manchin is better than nothing, or to some degree, an ideal of an exemplary example of democratic bipartisanism. I mean, I'm going to have to get his fucking quote. The guy fucking, he just refuses to accept what he said. Won't just even restate it. Just the responding to something that will have a factual and affirmative or negative response. I did say that, or I didn't say that, or no. If I did say that, I'm incorrect. And what I want to say is specifically this. Or in stuff that is like, it's already well known everywhere. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Like, he just goes off on these like weird little fucking tangents. It was very strange. How are you, if this many people are misunderstanding what you're saying, maybe you need to take a step back and consider the possibility that you're a mealy-mouthed fuck. Like, is that not an option? Is there not a possibility that you are very bad at explaining yourself and you should shut the fuck up then? I don't think that many people have this many issues with me saying what I said. I mean, I'll slow people down, but I also stick on it. I like it to like, I didn't say that. And now let's talk about Richard Nixon. Okay. Do you think after the Richard Nixon thing, we had the norm of blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't, what the fuck? Okay. I don't care. A norm? Is it in law? No. Then nobody has to do it. Y'all shook hands? Okay, I don't fucking give a fuck. Anything that can be done that I have no effect over and isn't illegal, I don't care. Wow, they don't normally do that. Okay. Is it against the rules? No. Okay, why didn't somebody make it the rule? Because we all wanted to be able to do it this way in the future, but they just did it first. Yeah, duh. Fundamental politics. God damn it. So Joe Manchin is a dog shit Democrat. I kind of do just want to talk about Joe Manchin to clear this up. So this is just a bunch of little factoids and stuff. I don't have to read through this entire thing. But let me go down to his... There we go. Yeah, this is my sort of summation of this. Joe Manchin represents the end of the Dixie Democrat. Look at this screen, even though I have it down here. Dixie Democrat brand that largely died out decades earlier in the party switch era that began with Senator Strom Thurmond's departure from the Democrats after the passing of the Civil Rights Act in 1964. Technically, it would be the Voting Rights Act. I think that he was actually pissed about. (1965). The Voting Rights Act of 1965. He took over Robert Byrd's seat, which Byrd, a Dixie Democrat and Reformed Klansman, held from 1959 till his death in 2010. Robert Byrd, who was a senator in West Virginia, and the third to last on a technicality, he's really the second to last Democratic senator. The one that was between him and Manchin was Manchin's underling. Manchin was the governor at the time, so he's like, I'm not going to appoint myself as senator. I'll still run the election. So he appointed the guy that's just one of the people that work for him to the governorship to hold it for like a few months. It was a pretty short term until the election, and then he won and became the senator in 2010. Cart Goodwin took over a few months, until the election in Manchin's favor. This is how you learn stuff. This is like what a conversation about politics actually sounds like. You just say dates and facts that are referenceable. Whatever the fuck it, hypotheticals and fucking dream worlds. Okay, dipshit. So the way that it works is Democrats were the racists in America by far, especially during the segregation era. The era of segregationists was bad, right? By the way, the difference between me saying I would segregate against a Nazi and Hutch saying he would have a segregationist in the party. A segregationist in this parlance, if you're not a fucking moron, means an anti-black segregationist, a white black. That's what a segregationist, if you don't put some sort of qualifier in front of it, means in America. That's what it means. You're cutting out the black folk. So that is just a fascist. That is what the fascists based their fascism on. They looked at the Jim Crow South and the era of chattel slavery in America and the Native American genocide, and Hitler said, based. We'll do that. Ghettoization of Jews is based on segregation of black folk. They just they weren't building the cities as the segregation was happening, so the Germans couldn't redline the same way and just make you live in fucking pig shacks outside of where the water turns bad. They had to go and take a chunk of Warsaw and make it shit and put walls up in it. Okay, that's the difference. Is that there was already a lot of Europe for a long time construction wise. In America, we had only just started killing all of the or finishing killing all of the fucking Native Americans that were there before. So there's plenty of unconstructed land. So you would make black folk live on the edge of town, the bad side of the tracks, all right? And you would live on all the nice, good arable land would be left to the whites, and then whatever the fuck was left would be left to the black folk. And so they would have to live in slop and squalor, right? You have to go this Chitlin circuit, as one might say, right? You live where all the fucking pork factories and offal are, the tanneries, all the bad smelling places, and you go put the black folks there. And if it ever gets nice, you push them down a little bit further. You can't do that specifically in Europe because you already have all the places. There might be some slums here and there, but usually all of the buildings are kind of you've got a shitload of buildings from like 500 years ago everywhere, especially in major cities. That there is no valuable or discernible difference between a American racial segregationist and a Nazi. I have said this a number of times. I stand by it. If I have to let segregationists in my coalition to beat Nazis, there is no worse outcome for me because I like black people. I'm a fan for my own reasons. Some of y'all suck. Some of y'all are great. A lot of y'all are just trying to get by. It is what it is. I personally believe that allowing decision-making or giving the nod of the hat to someone who thinks that black people got to use a different fucking water fountain is just as bad as a Nazi coming in, because a Nazi would go, yeah, okay, cool. Like, what do you think? Is it just like, okay, we're just going to cut out black folks, but we're going to go back? Are we trying to make America great again? But like the Jews are okay? Is that what the point is? It's like, It's a weird example to make because it's racist as fuck. It's a racist thing to do. Because if you can describe segregation as being beneficial to you as opposed to fascism, then you're just saying, I don't mind. Would you permit the distastefulness of black subjugation in order to have good benefits for white people? That's just what that means. That's taking something to its conclusion. That is having brain power. Algebra. This is going to be crazy, but if you ever look at algebra, all those letters are actually numbers. And then you tell them, like, I don't think so, because X is a letter. I've seen X before, but yeah, it represents a number. Okay, but if all these letters could turn into numbers, are you suggesting that another letter on the other side of the equal sign could also be a number? Yes. But it would be the same number every time, because I think it says X equals Y. Not every time. Sometimes the variables change, and that, with the use of the equation at hand, gives you different results. But you use the variables within the set of parameters, and you use this to determine a result. And it's like, that works for everything. You can extrapolate out logically, based on history, what the fuck is going to happen. If we get a bunch of segregationists in here, then we're fucking gone. Do you think I'm racist? Yeah, I think you're fucking racist. I think Hutch is racist as fuck. He doesn't know it. He's clueless. He's clueless as shit on the fact that he's a fucking racist. It's fine. Hey, do you feel like being called a racist is the worst thing that can happen to a white person? You might be a racist. People call me a racist all the time. It's not true, and I don't get pissed at them because they're either trying to fucking explain something that they might be right or wrong about. Maybe I was doing something racist, or they're not correct, or they just feel they are. I don't care, because it's not that big of a deal. You can be the president of the United States of America if someone calls you a racist. Just take it on the fucking chin and move on with the conversation. He's fucking get it. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. God damn. That is some of the most pathetic shit I have ever seen in my fucking life. By the way, if you're watching this later on, the chat's dead because YouTube is broken. I think everybody's in stream chat. I guess I'll scroll down to the bottom of stream chat and check it out. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Is there anyone out there from Hutch's community that wants to pop in? I'll open it up. Let's see. I got a little bit of time. How long have I been live even? I don't know if there's anything I can do about YouTube's chat. Because I think that's on YouTube side specifically. He fucking banned me from his whole community. What a fucking loser, dude. Oh, that kills me. I'm so happy about it. Chat publicly. Okay. All right. Whitey chat. You there? No. Yeah, I think stuff is not even showing up. I really, really appreciate the like, don't be mean. But then it's like, no one can be mean to you. It's ad hoc. But then like the second you get butthurt, it's immediately like, what's with can you explain the brain rot? What the fuck? Bro, you're like, you have no capability of engaging in bants. None whatsoever. God damn. So I don't know. I'll keep it up for a bit longer. Oh yeah, I was supposed to read this stuff. I was explaining the back in the day theft. Yeah. So essentially, Joe Manchin is dog shit. He's ass. Okay. If you get to a little bit down here, I've had more personal time with Trump in 2 months, he marveled, than I had with Barack Obama in 8 years. Not fighting Trump is a pretty fair description of how Manchin had spent November, December, and January. He had chided House Democrats for their decision to boycott the new president's inauguration. He had supported nearly all of Trump's cabinet nominees. He'd even introduced Rick Perry, another former governor and Trump's nominee for energy secretary, at his Senate hearing. First ran for governor in 96. He was anti-abortion, pro-death penalty, and boot camps for juvenile offenders. His biggest endorsements were from corporate lobbyists, bankers, and coal bosses. He supported Hillary Clinton in the Dem primary. And despite that Bernie Sanders won all 55 counties in West Virginia, after that, Manchin switched to endorsing Trump. We didn't even get to this. Oh, man, I wanted to talk to him about checks and balances. He said that, too. God, that was a tremendously stupid thing. Hutch believes that Trump is being checked. He said the checks and balances are still in place, which is a crazy thing to say because he's not obeying the checks and balances. So there's 3 branches of government. If you're a Hutch follower, a Hutch fan, I'll explain this to you real quick. There's 3 branches of government in America, okay? Legislative, executive, and judicial. The judicial branch is judges and shit. Executive branch is executives or people who execute the laws of the land, right? And then the legislative branch legislates. They make laws. They argue, they debate, and then they pass laws. The flow of laws is the nature of checks and balances within America. Okay? That's the first river of checks and balances, is the legislative pathway. Law becomes law because people suggest that a law should exist. Now, anyone can suggest that a law should exist. People often do it at the same time, all that kind of good shit. But for it to become a law, right, for it to be enshrined in either the United States Code of Regulations and Authorities, just the United States, U.S. Code, or the Civil Code, Criminal Code, whatever, wherever you are, or the Constitution itself through a series of more extreme measures, for it to become a law, it first becomes a bill, right? It's a bill. I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. Have you ever heard that song? It's real. It's real life. That guy, that little bill, exists. Okay. The bill is the thing that they argue about, right? They kind of put it all together. They write about it. It goes into committees, in and out, whatever, yada, 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 yada. There's small subsections of Congress that form committees that talk about smaller stuff. There are so many legislative priorities, needs, wants, etc. in America and in any legislative body on earth that you cannot have everybody deliberating every aspect of every law at all times, everywhere. It's just fucking impossible to do. It's just impossible to do. So you have to break it down so that some people have the ability to talk about this kind of law or that kind of law, okay? After that, it does get brought out to the House floor and all this sort of stuff, back and forth, back and forth. Eventually, if it gets passed, it becomes a law. Once it becomes a law or passed into law, then it gets sent to the president, right? The president can then sign it into law or veto it, depending on how many people vote for it or whatever. If he vetoes it, it goes back, and then you can vote on it again and have a pass veto law, right? There's just so many people at a certain percentage, depending on where you are, that defeats the veto. This happens in Kentucky all the time because we have a Republican supermajority. They'll pass some horrific or insane shit. It'll get to the governor's office and the governor will veto it because it works the same way essentially in the state level, the Commonwealth here, as it does at the federal level. So that's the first aspect of the flow of law, is the veto, the presidential power of the veto. The second aspect of the law is the execution of the law. The executive authority is the authority to execute laws based on rules, regulations, and very often the letter of the law itself. Now, this is the second aspect of the flow of law. That is descended on a bridge, basically, between the legislative and judicial branches, right? Because we have judicial review in America, which should not exist. It's kind of an extra power that the Supreme Court has, and it should be constrained because it's fucking irritating. But basically, the Supreme Court decides whether or not a law conforms to the law, right? They judge the law and see if it actually follows the law. So we have laws about what laws can be passed. There's higher laws than lower laws. As a matter of fact, every law usually has sub-principles to it, right? Subsections of law. If you ever see this little squiggle that looks like this, that's a subsection in a legal heading. So subsections work as such, right? So you have Law A. Don't chew gum on Wednesdays. Law A will say Wednesday means they'll have definitions at the top, and then as you go down, they'll say like cannot and this and this and this, and they'll have all these prescriptions. Now, if there's another law that says unless you're a cop, that supersedes that law, right? This little double chunk, it's a qualifier, yada, yada, yada. There's other gigantic laws outside of the ones that get passed that decide whether or not a law is okay. You have them both in the U.S. code. Okay, no passing laws about whether or not people can fish off the coast of Rhode Island. We've done this before. We're sick of it. But you still have the ability to pass laws relative to that. You just can't say this specific thing. So if you pass a law and the other law that's higher says don't do it, then it won't be permitted by the Supreme Court, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You also have the Constitution, which is the supreme legislative authority of the United States of America. It is the literal, it constitutes America. It's the Constitution. It's what America is the Constitution. You have the articles of the Constitution at the beginning that describe the separation and derivatives of power. And then after that, you have the amendments, right? Okay, this is how we're going to put it together. And then after that, we need to fucking put some shit in here. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution, which were not in the Constitution originally, they were added after, are the Bill of Rights. Hey, we have all these powers and stuff, but also Congress shall make no law regarding an establishment of religion, the freedom of the press, the redress of grievances, or the assembly of persons, however it's supposed to be. And then, you know what, also, Congress shall make no law infringing upon the right to bear arms for the purposes of a well-regulated militia. Then we continue on. Three is Congress shall permit no law permitting or requiring the quartering of troops on a private domicile or access to yada, yada, yada. And then you get on 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those are the basic ones. 10 is one of the most important that no one ever talks about. It's like, hey, if we fucking forgot something, that doesn't mean it's not there, okay? Call it the Hutch law, all right? Where somebody needs to be hyper-specific in order to understand stuff. So these amendments and yada, yada, yada have also been talked about. So we're going to kind of futz through. The executive authority has the authority to execute the laws. What does the law say? It says these things. Okay, I think the way to do that is this, right? Hey, we have to build a house by Tuesday. It's 10 different ways to build a house by Tuesday, but we have to build it by Tuesday. That's what the law says. How are you going to do it? Way A, way B, way C. Move on. The judge says, okay, so we've seen that the executive authority has been using way B to build the house by Tuesday. We've decided that actually goes against what we would call a precedent. America has a common law system. We inherited that from Britain. It's imperfect, but it's better than a lot of pretty much all of the other types of legal systems that have been put in. So we have it, and it needs an update, but the fucking mods, the devs are always arguing with each other and getting into sex crimes, so we're never getting a fucking update. Common law has judicial precedent as the main aspect of it. So judges don't write laws. Other places they do. And they don't necessarily interpret a law. Sometimes they do. What judges do is they refer to the language of the law as it was intended to be written. Now you're like, that seems like it could have some issues. Not only can it have some issues, it's all of the issues that you hate nowadays is because of that. There's people that read the law differently depending on who they are, right? And this is why voting for and putting into power judges is extremely important. So when they review laws, right, they do it based on usually higher court precedent. If there's no precedent set for the law, then you're first and fuck you, because you're probably going to be talked about as being a fucking idiot, or maybe you were actually right down the line. How precedent works is you say we have higher laws, we have medium tier laws, and then we have the specifics of the moment, right? So how are we going to figure this out? Thing happened, okay? We know that in these other situations where a similar thing happened, this is the way that we made a decision. The court finds that actually when you're trying to use type B way to build a house, it infringes on person A's right to engage with type A way to build a house. This infringement on this person's right is from a higher set of laws. It's all the way up to the Constitution and suggests that it actually should be the type A way that we do it. This is the way that we do this law. There shouldn't be any other way. And this is set down by these two precedents. And in these other similar cases, these precedents also held that this specific right supersedes the powers of lower authorities to make decisions, yada, 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 yada. And so that will go to those courts. Now, the executive authority or the people that are put upon by a judicial decision can appeal that decision. This is still part of the flow of law. It is still literally just part of the flow of law. We're not even done yet. This is how complicated it is. The courts are stacked in a big pyramid. It goes all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States of America, which is a corrupt body of wizards. They suck. They're just appointed for life. That started when people didn't live as long as they do now. So our deathless lizard people are now running the judiciary for way too fucking long. All of these little appellate courts and yada, 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 all the way up will review not the necessary facts of the case, although they can look into them relative. They will decide whether or not the judge was correct in the judge's application of the law relative to the way that the law was written and executed, and say, yes, no, yes, yes. And they'll use the same processes, precedent and intention, legislative intention, all the way up to the top in conjunction with the facts of the matter. The facts of the matter are very often the smallest. They're very important, but they're all often the smallest detail when it comes to understanding what happened in any given courtroom. They're obviously they're the facts of the case, but how the facts of the case are actually like relevant is only after they're applied to these laws and stuff. No one just goes, well, because otherwise you would go, well, it feels like, you know what I mean? You got to go, okay, these are the facts, known, semi-confirmed, unconfirmed. Even the way that you decide whether or not a fact is usually established by law. This can be considered evidence. That can't be considered evidence. We actually have federal rules of evidence, how evidence is gathered and given. That's not just for criminal cases. That's for anything. So any evidentiary presentation has to follow under rules, because everything where you're like, okay, but what about? You don't have to ask me that. There are stacks upon stacks upon stacks of what you call judicial prudence, which is the last kind of factor that say like, this is how we figure this out. Because every question you have has been asked. All of them have, to some degree, and answered differently at times. Judicial review goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. The reason to understand this is, especially in America, the Supreme Court is kind of currently the most powerful body because it represents the largest amount of power spread amongst the smallest amount of people for the longest amount of time. Presidents can only be president, or they're supposed to only be president for 8 years now, following FDR's passing of the 23rd Amendment. I can't remember. Limiting presidential terms to X amount of time. And they make decisions that become precedential authority going down. Precedential, not presidential, precedential. And so the Supreme Court precedent is usually powerful enough that it will actually overshine a lot of legislation. And now it's not supposed to necessarily be that way. This is the judicial review aspect of American politics. That's a pain in the fucking ass. It can affect what legislators can pass, because there's now so much law and there's so much precedent that you just basically have an increasingly narrow gap to fit through to make things actually conform to the letter of the law. How other countries fix this is they delete all of it. All of that shit gets completely fucking deleted every so often, and you make a new constitution, a completely new, no amendments, just a constitution fresh, which would say, hey, here's our articles. Instead of an amendment, a First Amendment, you would have the 20th article of the Constitution, raw, say, free speech. The risk of opening up another constitutional convention in America in 2026 is it would never end, and then the ratification process would be fucking insane. You need so much impossible consensus that it's not happening. So we're kind of left with affecting a bedrock that is sullen and waterlogged, but it is still rock to some degree. That judicial precedent is one of the most important aspects in American political life because it affects everything else. Now, how does that go back down to the legislative? Okay, so the legislative branch goes, okay, we can and can't do this. We can and can't do this. Executive branch goes, we can and can't do this. Now, Hutch's issue, him not understanding checks and balances, the check of the executive branch by the judicial branch is the judicial branch saying you can't do that, and then the executive branch saying, okay. The judicial branch has no physical power. They are the weakest, literal weakest branch of the government. They have, in terms of guns and bodies, the smallest amount overall of people, right? Because it's just judges. All of the power of the judiciary is granted by the executive authority, which keeps them from going crazy because they are powerful for life, but they can't control the army. The commander-in-chief is the commander-in-chief of the army, of the military in general. And so the executive branch has the guns. Normally, when a judicial branch hands down a ruling, the executive branch must abide by it. Now, that must is qualified with no one can make them do that because the executive authority has more power than the earth. The executive authority has direct access to Marsog, you know what I mean? And the nuclear football. So that has to be checked. There's currently, because our president has been afforded too much power, there is currently no way to enact the checks and balances. It used to be that through sheer power of politeness and gentlemanly conduct, the shame of acting outside of those warrants and the insinuation that you might be prosecuted for crimes such as disobeying a court order kept people from disobeying the court orders. However, Trump, by pushing the boundaries and finding out that the checks didn't check his power, which is what that means, has broken the checks and balances. A check is a check on power. Okay, there's checks and there's balances. I'll get to that. The check on power from the executive branch or from the judicial branch against the executive branch is saying that you're violating a court order. So we're going to check your power. He's not allowed to do that. So no one tell him he's allowed to do that. No one do what he just did. And you can disobey any order that is proven illegal. That's the other aspect of it. Now, the courts cannot arrest Donald Trump. They just don't have the ability to. I don't even think they could. You need an executive authority to request a warrant. There would have to be an aspect of the executive authority underneath the overall power of the highest office that would have the ability to press for the arrest of Donald Trump. I think it actually would come via Congress technically, but the Supreme Court ruled before Trump took office that anything that the president does essentially is legal because he's the president. It's not that simple. It's much more complicated. But in terms of trying to convince the attorney general of a state to push for charges in order to arrest the president of the United States while he's sitting in office is fucking absurd. And then there's other things like political fucking, what do you call it? Executive. I can't remember the term, but it's basically you can't arrest somebody while they're serving in office in a certain respect. Congress people use it to get out of murdering hookers all the time. So that's a check. If that check doesn't do what it's supposed to do, it's been broken. There is no conversation about it that the check is not being honored. The check has not worked. His power should be limited. They said not to do a thing, and then he did it anyway. So he is not experiencing the checks and balances. This isn't arguable. It is the nature of words and how they work when you do what's called describing a fact. So that's that. You're just done. You're just fucking done at that point. It's over. He is not being checked by the checks and balances of the United States government because for the last 20, 30 some odd years, Republicans have been specifically pushing for an increased amount of executive authority and consolidation of the authority of the American president. Democrats had the ability to rescind some of that authority, but Obama wanted to do some Obama shit. And he was like, I don't know, it's kind of fucking based. I kind of like it. And so they didn't push back when they had the ability to. And now Donald Trump is the most powerful man on earth, and he has almost no breaks. Almost none. The breaks that Donald Trump have are theoretical, not practical. There's nothing you can actually do to stop Donald Trump from doing something other than pray someone doesn't obey him, which is playing with the law. And if you're not in a sufficient place to survive that disobeyal, you will be obliterated, right? You could go to jail. Hey, thanks for the $16, Neutral Chaotic. Oh, look at the little sweet cheek on the bottom. I haven't adjusted his size, but he was there. So, I'm going to finish all this before I give a sweet treat. Where's the table? Those checks aren't there anymore. Going back to the legislature, right? The legislature has its own checks and its own balances. Balances, by the way, are balances of power, right? The check is the ability to cease the authority of the other branch and cease them using their powers, to cease and desist, quite literally. So, hey, I'm going to go do this through an act of Congress. We'll say no, yada, yada. The legislature is technically the most powerful branch of political branch of the United States government, right? They have the most ability to change stuff. They are self-checked by the fact that they are a elected body. So the people decide who is and isn't going to be in the House and the Senate. That should be a question I should ask. Hutch, how many people are in the House and Senate? How many legislators are there? It's easy to remember. Always remember the name of the website is 538.com. Okay? It's 100 senators, 435 members of the House, president, vice president. Okay? And I always forget the last one. The House is self-defeating. We have a bicameral House, two houses of the legislature, bicameral legislature. The House of Representatives. Oh, whoops. Internet bad. Okay, there we go. Am I back? The House of Representatives is the body that is most representative of the population. They are the people's house, really. People come and go from the House more often. The change up is very extreme, midterm to midterm to midterm. It is very big. It is very reactive, and it goes all the fuck over the place. The House can want something very badly one day. Coalitions form and disintegrate. It is all over the place. But it's also the closest thing to democracy and the chaos that true democracy would be, right? The House should probably be closer at this point to something like 1,000 or 2,000 total delegates, but it is what it is. And then you have the Senate. The flow of legislation through the United States legislature is through the House of Representatives and then through Senate, right? The House of Reps gets together, they vote on something, then it goes up to the Senate. The Senate can make their own changes, yada, 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 and vote. There's conversation between both sides the whole time. Senators are considerably more powerful than representatives. Every state has 2 senators, okay? Every state, which gives small states the ability to participate in the government in a way that is more powerful, makes them more powerful than they are or ought to be, which is a pro and a con. Now, you would say, like, I don't like it because currently the Senate is run by a bunch of idiots. Yes. However, if it was flipped, you would say probably the opposite thing. Well, fucking, the Senate's the best body because it gives us the ability to even have a say. That's sort of the point. There is no perfect solution ever. It's just has never existed. There's other issues, we won't get into it, but basically the Senate kind of keeps the House in check. That's not great right now because the Senate's pretty fucking red, and it's not very deliberative. It's one of the more controlled legislative bodies because if you're going to buy anybody, you buy the people that are going to be in office the longest. Senators never leave office once they win. It is impossible. It's like trying to fucking pull a tick out of a dog's ass. They're in there forever. Senators very typically remain in the Senate for 40, 50 fucking years at this point. And it's getting longer and longer and longer because they refuse to die. So that's why you're always seeing, oh, this is Senator fucking, I think it was Senator Feinstein, Senator McConnell from my own state. They're walking corpses, but they keep winning because a truism of electoral governments is that any incumbent is more likely to win than a non-incumbent. It's just the case. There's different reasons why that's the case. It's not always the fact of the matter that it's going to happen. But an incumbent always has a natural advantage to winning an election. Thus, if you have no limit on the amount of terms that you can run for, feasibly, you could be there fucking forever, right? Because they always do well, you don't have any experience. Okay. True, but you didn't, and you suck now. So your experience was you being dog shit at this, motherfucker. Their abilities to check the other branches of government is to cut funding, first and foremost. So if you have a legislative branch anywhere, you can always use them to cut the funding to fucking anything. And that's what you tell them to do if you want to have an effect. Most of the conversations with Congress or a legislature, even at the state level, are relative to funding. We want to get money. I want to get a contract to build. I don't want to be taxed. I want 15 people hired at this amount of money. I do not want the money that goes to this to be taken out of this thing. Organizing the limited funds of any municipality is the power of Congress. It's congressional budget. I should do an entire thing on this about political accounting. It's not done like your checkbook. It's to zero, accounting to zero. There's a term for it. I can't remember, but you have a set amount and you always use all of the money. There is no ability to save it, really. If you do save it, you usually don't pay for stuff. It's a whole thing. But when you're organizing those limited funds, that's how you can, as a legislative body, affect the decision-making and yada, yada. Okay, I get, and you can go crazy with it too. You can mistreat people in order to fuck with them, and they do. You can cut funding to schools and make school teachers want to leave and make your populace more ignorant. Absolutely the fact. You could cut funding for the courthouse to pay for its fucking air conditioning so that the courthouse is hot as fuck all the time. And you could say like, wow, I wonder how that happened, while staring at a specific judge you don't like. You can do these things. You can. And if you think you can't, the legislature's most powerful ability, and you see this in Kentucky all the time, is to just pass a law that says you can, which you can do. There are degrees of law, like I was saying before: big law, medium law, small law. Okay, we'd say like a regulation or whatever. There's different ways to talk about them, but basically the laws go in order. To change the biggest laws, you have to have the biggest margins. It can be something like 80% of the legislature. It could be something like 90%, maybe just 65 or 70%. And there might be some additional rules. But if you have those numbers, you play God. That's the cool thing about a legislature. You get to play God if you get enough people in agreement. It's hard to get people in agreement, but if you get enough people in agreement, you can do whatever the fuck you want. There's no argument to this. In Kentucky, I can't remember the specific ones, but basically the governor would do something and then the legislature would go, you're never doing that again. And they would have emergency meetings, emergency sessions, and write, draft, and pass fast as fuck laws prohibiting the governor from doing stuff. He just can't do it anymore because they passed that law. If the judiciary isn't saying that the law is illegal, then there's nothing you can do. That's what law is, okay? Can you do this at the federal level? Yeah, that's why the Constitution exists. How do we get to do that? Well, you kill a bunch of fucking British people until they leave, then you have sovereignty and you write a document deciding what the fuck people are and aren't going to do somewhere. And then you establish rules inside that document of what you want. If you want an amendment passed, yada, 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 ratify. And that's it. Legislatures have the most actual political power, but the legislative ability to enact that power is, like I said, checked and balanced by the executives. Executives can't make up laws, really. They can determine regulations. Regulations or, what's the one? Mandates, etc., whatever the fuck. They're not laws. They have no legal backing. But basically, when my superior officer, when I was in the military, said to do something, his word was law, but it wasn't a law. There is laws that say I have to do what he says, but what he says isn't a law. It just comes with the authority of it. There are ways to talk in the executive branch that have long-standing effects on how things are carried out. And these are regulations, mandates, orders, etc. Those are not as powerful as a law, and they can't supersede the law, but they have the ability to be interpreted with immediate authority behind them, immediate power. So sure, my officer could say like, hey, go do illegal thing. Well, it's against the law to do it, but his word is law in that moment. I can say I'm not going to do it, but before the court could defend me and say that I didn't have to do it, he could shoot me to death because the law permits him to do so. And then he would figure it out with the courts way down the line. Those are regulations and rules. One of the biggest things that's happening right now with Republicans, especially in conservative bent people, is limiting the amount of regulations, etc., that are permissible without direct like statement from the judiciary, from this and that, basically neutering the ability of executive authorities to tell people how to do things. Because that interpretive aspect is a major hallmark of the executive authority's power, it hollows out the middle of the executive authority, leaving interpretation only to the lowest level of individual, i.e. your average day-to-day ICE officer, and the highest level of individual, cabinet members, directors, and the president of the United States of America. Basically making all of the entirety of the executive branch a thin fucking dagger in the hand of a madman. Very fucking interesting. That is one of the balances of power that's been removed. And you would think because the balance is being taken away from the executive authority that it is like, oh no, that's actually a check, but it's not, because basically the only people that can check the authority of the executive branch on behalf of the legislative or judicial branches would be members of the executive authority. Well, Tyler, is there like whole chunks of government that are descriptively that thing that Donald Trump has gotten rid of? I'm glad you asked that question. Yes. It's called an officer of an inspectors general. Is there any Hutch people that want to come in and debate me on civics? Offices of inspector general, there were 100 some odd of them. I think it was 138. My mind is jumping to that number, but basically every single department and a lot of the sub-departments in the executive branch of government have officers of the inspectors general. These inspectors general inspect both the department that they're in and other departments in order to maintain essentially a net of authority that prevents people from violating the will of the people or the letter of the law. Inspectors general save a lot of money. They are the number one safeguard against graft, because if you're ever like, well, who's going to be able to figure out if the fucking postal inspectors are doing their job? How about a former postal inspector who fucking hates postal inspectors that don't do their job? Well, you can get that guy? Yes, you can get that guy, and you can make him the head of the office of the inspectors general of the postal service or of the postal inspectors themselves. These are some of the few arresting authorities that exist within the executive branch that arrest within the executive branch. Donald Trump, in what they call the Friday night purge, almost immediately after he took office, fired, I think, 38 of the total inspectors generals and did not hire back almost any of them, if I remember correctly. I actually have that as a reference point in the video that I'm making, so you'll be able to see that soon. These inspectors general would be the person that you rely on to arrest, for instance, like the head of the CIA. Well, he's running the CIA. Yeah, well, he did a bad thing. He's super criminal. He's a DGGer. Oh, fuck that. We passed the law against them. So what are we going to do? We're going to go and we're going to arrest him. The officers and the inspectors general, they're going to fucking declare they know the people that are there. They know what you need to do. They have all the information and they've done the investigation. Okay, this guy's a fucking criminal. Now we can use additional authorities or cooperative arresting authority via some other agency that's not going to like do something stupid like fight or something, and just get them in there and they can arrest them. This is a crucial aspect of the checks on power, and the balances on power is not just having the power within the main head, highest level of that branch of government checked by the other branches of government, but also having individual checks and balances within the branch itself. A lot of the conflict and self-scrutiny that arises within these branches of government is actually the best thing to keep them operational and prevent graft, corruption, fraud, etc. The The judiciary has judicial review going up and down. The bad thing about the Supreme Court is that it really does just go up. The Supreme Court is probably the most top-down, powerful, actually, branch of government, because as I think to myself, it really can't be called into question by its lower issues. The legislative branch absolutely can. The legislative branch is built from the bottom up. It is the people first, then their representatives, then their senators, and then in the event of a tie, the vice president. You know what I mean? Then you have the executive branch is actually sort of middled out the entire time, because the same rule about the executive branch relative to the other branches applies inside the executive branch itself. Okay, you are the president. You have access to the entire military. So if anyone wants you to do something, right, and you don't want to do it, you have access to the military. But because of the way that power is distributed, other people are technically closer to the shooter than you. So throughout the entirety of the executive branch of government, your proximity to being a trigger puller, which is how you derive your power, grows with the more authority you have to command a trigger puller. And a trigger puller ultimately has a finger, a trigger, and a gun. And that's the ultimate authority. That is true power from whence all else is derived. Trigger pullers cooperate with each other because they know it keeps them alive, and they cooperate with authority because it keeps them alive. That level of trust and endearment between service members or individuals and police and other paramilitary style organizations where force is measured out and meted out as an aspect of your occupation, that is a very difficult thing to see in practice and then think what would happen if they didn't want to listen. The second they don't want to, they don't have to. If they want to go rogue, they will, which happens in other countries all the time. That's why when you have a coup d'etat, it's almost never some guy with some ideas. It's going to be a military junta. Some giant chunk of the military goes nuts and brings all their guns to fucking Kansas or whatever the fuck and takes over something. That's what happens. The executive branch wants to eliminate the ability of people with conscience to interact with the trigger pullers at the middle level, because those are the kind of people that would say, I'm sorry, Mr. President, but if you touch that, you set the nuke button down. I will kill you. Like that's the case. Not even necessarily with Donald Trump, but with anybody. And this isn't like a crazy thing to say. This is an old operative standard for militaries that goes back time immemorial, but is, cemented in popular history by terms like fragging, right? Yeah, your officer can tell you to do a lot of stuff and you could go to jail and if you disobey his orders, and they could probably put you to death. But the thing is when he says, arrest that Marine, the Marines that are around that Marine have to arrest that Marine. And and in that moment, they can all make a decision, which is our guy and our operative standards or you. Now, generally, because America's military is really well taken care of and really well organized, they'll always say, like, okay, officer, you're a dickhead. We'd rather go handle this with JAG. But, you go back to Vietnam when people aren't having a good day and it's fucking pop, 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 pop. What happened? Well, we just happened to find a fucking AK-47 laying around the post, and a VA came out of a fucking a Viet Cong. He just appeared out of nowhere and just shot the fucking LT 10 times in his bed. We've reprimanded the guy that was on post during the time. Like, that's what it is. And that kind of fear of power is what both motivates and captivates the executive branch of government, because it has access to the power, but also it has the most tenuous relationship with power, because it has to, because of the way that it operates, give the ability to kill to people that are literally underneath them. You know what I mean? You have to give your lessers in society the ability to kill you with the latest technology in order to derive power. I think this is why they want drones and stuff, because I think somebody thinks that they're going to be like, we'll have enough racists to run just a drone army or something, but it's never going to be the case. Oh, thank you for the 16 resubscribe for 8 months. Somebody say, are you guys just posting? Are people on purpose only posting emojis, or is the fucking chat actually just wrecked? Present. Let me see. I might have to just look at stream chat. Where's someone's mentioning me? I'm lost. There's a lot of people talking, but I can't see my notifications. Give me just a second. Oh, there they are. Oh, I know you have pings muted, but if you're looking for debates, maybe I could post on Twitter. It's getting late now, but maybe tomorrow or the day after. It might not be a bad idea. How long have I been live? 3 hours. YouTube chat is broken. It's so fucking broken. It's giga broken. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna like sort of shut down the stream for half a second. I'm just gonna see if I stop streaming and then start streaming again, if it'll change, but I don't think it will. Or actually, it's not even my, I can't even do anything about that. Hold on. YouTube stream chat not working. Okay, let me just double check the stream settings. Maybe public. Set to not made for kids. No, don't restrict my viewers. Paid promotion, no. Altered content, no. Chapters, concepts, recording date, none of that matters. Comments on, moderation, basic. Anyone can comment. Sort by newest. Save. Yeah, everybody can only share emojis for some reason. What the fuck is going on here? Maybe it's the fucking... Is it because I have the dual stream thing on? Enable DVR on. Auto stop off. Unlist replay. Automatic captions are enabled for English. I don't know why that's on. I don't think that would have anything to do with chat, right? I'm turning comments off. And then I'm going to turn them back on. Channel level settings. Overlay for breaks. Monetization on. Let me save that. Some rando managed to say Joe Mama, which fucking, that's cool. I have no idea. Moderation activity on or off. Reactions on. Off. On. Pop out chat. Timestamps. Maybe to community moderation. Let's see. Are people, anybody that's in the stream chat, are you typing and it just doesn't show up? Or are you getting like a, I'm fucking banned, I'm blocked? Posts in your community. Oh, that's community posts. Moderation basic. Maybe I'll just turn moderation to none for a second and see if anything changes. Hold comments and hashtags with URLs for review. Nothing has shown up for review at all. Like I haven't gotten any like ban this motherfucker or anything. Joe Shu, Joe Papa, Joe Obama. Some people's stuff is coming through now. Did I change something? Top fans, goal. Okay, it looks like chat works now. I don't know if I changed something. Can you guys try typing something that's longer than like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like 13. Longer than like 13 letters. It might be like I type and it doesn't show up. It won't go through it all. Yeah, this has to be on. If I open and close chat, it's deleted. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. It's weird. Like there's gray names that are getting through with chats, but nobody else is. Maybe it is the fucking dual stream stuff. Okay. This is boring as fuck anyway, isn't it, right? Twitter. Oh, I wonder if his people have responded to me on Twitter. I got 5 notifications. That's not good for him. Yo, Hutch, I'm getting ready to call in. Hutch, don't run. Oh, man. Oh, that's not good. I think Hutch got fucked inside out. It's never good if you debate somebody and their fucking their fucking cock sleeve of an audience doesn't show up to start trying to talk mad shit. That's not good. I got one person that said, "Are you related to Nick Shirley?" and then nothing. Oh, fuck. I also don't understand why these blue MAGA snarkers are attacking my boy Hutchinson for being an actual liberal. Pisco, are you talking about me? 23 minutes ago. Can we get a twofer? One random call. Oh, what's going on? Pisco. Pisco, are you out there? Common, Pisco, L. They're only political parties. You talking about me? It seems like that's too long ago. Is Pisco live? Should we dare? Oh, what the fuck? Hold on, YouTube. Oh, just popped up. Issues sending live chat messages. 2 hours ago. Hey everyone, we've heard some of you are having issues sending messages in live chat and super chat. Our teams are aware and looking into this. Here's what might be happening on your end. Messages disappear immediately after sending. Messages require multiple attempts to go through. We'll follow up here once we have more information. Okay, so YouTube, it is on YouTube's side. I can't do anything to fix it, guys. I'm sorry. So that's just for some of y'all. I have no idea what it is, but I am going to turn my moderation back on. Because fuck. Play with the devil, right? Mm-hmm. So that didn't fix anything. YouTube.com. How about fucking the notification came up like literally just after I started streaming? Pisco, 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 Pisco. Am I subscribed to myself? Dude, I've got to do the fucking ring. Socialized healthcare debate. Oh God.
So potentially taxing cigarettes or
Soy Pills doing a fucking debate with fucking, oh God, he's on fucking Wick with some bald dude. Everybody looks sad. Everybody looks fucking depressed. Jesus Christ. So yeah, if you want to chat, hop into stream chat. I guess. Twitter.com. I'm not trying to stay on here all night though. Pathetic. At Hutchinson. Ragequit. Pathetic. Hutchinson rage quit and banned me from his community in a stunning debate loss. Can any of his supporters or friends salvage this cuck's reputation? Hope prevails. Join my Discord and defend the honor of the worm. This is so disappointing. YouTube's really fucking let me down here. This live chat fucking blows, bro. I drank both my fucking sodas. Ah! Reaction image. Ah! Do I have water at least? Oh, thank God. Dude, this shit, if the fucking sending emojis only is killing me. It looks like I'm botted out of my mind. Okay, let's see. I don't know. I'll keep the welcome open just to see if anybody actually pops in. Somebody wanted me to watch a fucking Vosh video, so that might be a good way to pass time until I'm bored and get off. Oh, fucking. What's this guy talking about?
Its own districts here, and that the party typically wouldn't look at, but they're looking at now. Like the DCCC has its like top targeted races, but
Add that to my cringe compilation. Hutch looks like he's having a bad day for some reason. What could that be? The first thing that came up. I'm untethered and my rage knows no bounds. Oh, fuck. All right, cool.
All right, what are we?
Actually, I think if I can say anything, looking up Joe Manchin has actually fucking no-pilled me on Newsom more than any Californian talking about how much they dislike him, because I got to break it to you. If you're a Californian and you're like, I don't like this politician, I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you think. You need to listen to Californians about Gavin Newsom. I don't even listen to y'all's fucking Prop 64 warnings about how much cancer is in my fucking concrete mix, okay? I'm not listening to y'all about politics. You suck a dick. But his entire political platform is actually indiscernible from Joe Manchin's. They said the same things. I actually think I have this in. It just happened to come up while I was researching. This isn't like a major thing for me. Where is this at? When Joe Manchin left the Democratic Party, he was actually mad butthurt about it. And he's like, they're fucking toxic. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, yeah. Dude, this is, tell me if this is not exactly the same. This is from December of 2024. This is like a whole profile piece done on Joe Manchin for CNN by Kenita Iyer. Joe Manchin torches Democrats on the way out of the door. I'm going to read you guys some select quotes from this and tell me if it's not the exact same shit that fucking Newsom was saying. The Democratic brand has been so maligned from the standpoint of it's toxic, Manchin told CNN's Manju Raju in an interview that aired Sunday, citing the shift as the reason why he left the Democratic Party. Adding that he no longer considers himself a Democrat, quote, in the form of what Democratic Party has turned itself into. Manchin, who has long been a pivotal swing vote in the Senate, said the party's brand has become about telling people what they can and can't do, blaming progressives for the change. The former West Virginia governor turned senator shared that he was a lifelong Democrat because the party used to focus on, quote, kitchen table issues such as good job, a good pay, but claimed Democrats are now too worried about sensitive social issues such as transgender rights while taking, quote, no responsibility at all, end quote, for the federal budget during the election. It's the same. Bro, that is the same thing. It's actually pretty telling. Joe Manchin, before he was senator, was actually the governor of West Virginia as well. You can go see his horrible picture in the governor's mansion, state capitol. But he was the governor, and while I was reading up on him today, which is a thing that I don't think anybody from Hutch's chat has. I don't know if they literate. That'd be crazy to find out. They all y'all can read. No way, that's fucking nuts. But I'm literate as fuck. So when I want to learn something, I just go to original reporting from the time and see what people were saying in those moments. And when he was governor, he happened to that was up till 2010, so early 2000s to 2010, he happened to become late 90s through 2010. He happened to become friends with a lot of the governors from that period, including George W. Bush, who is a close personal friend of his and can call him at any time and ask for favors, and has, especially when it came to committee appointments for Donald Trump during the first Donald Trump presidency. And it said that people who are in the Governors Association and by the way, if you're like, well, him and Newsom weren't governor at the same time, they all still hang out. There's not been that many fucking governors. There's 50 states. There's overlap. You understand? So, oh, hey, you remember it was Schwarzenegger was governor when you were governor. Have you met Newsom? You know what I mean? Like, that's how it works. And so the striking, almost bar for bar similarity between him and Newsom's speech is probably the most unnerving thing I've seen regarding a Newsom presidency. I would have to say massive non-endorsement from me for Newsom. As much as I'm loath to give him up, I think fucking old Governor Andy would probably be the best bet for America. Governor Andy Beshear can I just talk about this shit real quick? Can I explain politics to you fucking children for like 5 fucking seconds? I swear to God. Governor Beshear is what Hutch's play pretend community of ineffectual Hassan haters or whatever the fuck it is how they identify themselves. The fucking Steve Bannell blowjob enthusiasts, whatever it is. The difference between Joe Manchin and Andy Beshear is miles and miles and miles and miles. Andy Beshear talks to and respects working people. He does. He would not be governor otherwise. He wins popular votes in Kentucky, which is not easy. We're not like, oh, but all the people live in the cities and the cities vote for him. No, dude. He gets voted for from people in Owensboro and Harlan and shit. Like, both sides of the fucking state. That is not something to sneeze at. Andy Barr is the representative for Lexington's congressional area. So Lexington itself isn't blue enough to have its own congressperson. Understand that when you're talking about Kentucky. Beshear won. Now, his family he's descended from Dixie Democrats. He is not a Dixie Democrat himself at all. He's not like Joe Manchin. I have had the fortune of talking to Joe Manchin. I've not talked to Andy Beshear, but friends of mine have who work in politics, and they're like, he's pretty much the real deal. He's surprisingly the real deal. Does that mean you have to give him your lunch money every day and always vote for him? No. Make your own fucking decisions. But what Joe Manchin did is run as a Democrat in order to put in place conservative policies, right? Basically giving the Democrats what they want sometimes in order to have the ability when it mattered to fuck them over. He was the instrumental in fighting against the Build Back Better bill, which I have some information here on. Let me see if I can get down to that. In addition to a firm work requirement, Manchin has also called for a specific household income cap of around $60,000 to receive the credit. Specifics on what exactly the work requirement would entail haven't been made public. The requirement would mean that the poorest Americans would not receive the payments, though they are ostensibly who the enhanced credit was aimed to help. Jacob Golden, an assistant professor at Stanford Law School who specializes in tax policy, previously told CNBC Make It. Basically, like he fought down, he was an anti-government spending person as a Democrat, which is worthless. Worthless. All of what you have to achieve as a Democrat requires taxation and spending. It just does. You can't get around it. And if you try to argue your way sideways through, we're going to have to tax people and we're going to have to spend money, you're either going to live on those principles and get nothing done as a Democrat, which is what Manchin did, nothing valuable. I'm going to talk about his successes at the end of his fucking legislation that he was bragging about. One of them is actually shockingly funny. You're either not going to get anything done in office or you're going to actively betray people, because what you will be able to do is always cut funding to social services, right? During his tenure as governor and then subsequently senator of West Virginia, Joe Manchin presided over the worst years in that state's life. The opioid crisis, the brain drain, the death of any semblance of a middle class in West Virginia was annihilated underneath him, all in pursuit of maintaining this idea of coal ever, period ever. One of his biggest accomplishments on the way out was he got a steel plant to be built in West Virginia. West Virginia doesn't need, America in general doesn't need steel plants. If you don't know this, steel, once it gets made, is kind of made. In general, as long as you don't let it rust away, it's kind of done. There is a need for steel worldwide. Most of America's need for steel was fulfilled during and immediately after World War II by Kentucky and West Virginia. We opened some of the biggest coal mines and gutted them fucking senseless. Opened them up completely in order to provide coke, which is fine blasting powder made from bituminous and anthracite coal, whatever. It's a fine powder coal that's used to carbonize iron into steel, right? It's part of the steel making process, heat and carbon addition wise, whatever the fuck. So coke is needed for that. Now, we depleted most of the coal, easily accessible coal in western or eastern Kentucky and West Virginia doing that. But what we got is too much steel. America has as much steel as it'll ever fucking need, which is why Pittsburgh had its issues and why the Rust Belt is what it is. Don't need steel production if no one's going to buy it. Other countries need steel, but the worst way, almost bar none, to get steel where you need it is to ship it, because it's fucking heavy and you probably have most of what you need to make it wherever the fuck you are. Not everyone does. Some people don't have the iron deposits. Some people don't have the coke, but very rarely is that always the case. I'm just literally looking into the geology of Venezuela recently. They have essentially enough coke in the Orinoco mining arc, coke, the kind of coal that will refine into coke, to make enough steel for the entirety of South America and then some. And then you just run out of the need for it, because all the steel that's made can be recycled, it can be repurposed, it can be reused, you can fucking magnetize it up sometimes. It is just, you're good. Now, does that mean we don't need to make any? No, but a lot of it can be recycled. So it's just not that, it's not an economic mover, especially in America in the era of the service industry. Because once you've built the buildings and once you've fabricated materials, you don't need to build and fabricate the way that you used to anymore. It's just that it's supply and demand. Once you achieve the supply, the demand goes away. That was one of his accomplishments, as a single steel mill, right? His other major accomplishment is getting some funding toward building Corridor H. Corridor H is a convenience road for Joe Manchin to go from fucking Charleston, West Virginia, where the capital of West Virginia is, and is where my in-laws are from and live. My wife is from Charleston. And I will say that the road leading away from the the road leading away from the fucking capital into the hills is dog shit. It is not the best road ever, but none of the roads in all them country roads in West Virginia are kind of dog shit. I say that as a person who has talked to WVDOT and they fucking agree. The funny part about it is not that he's getting this road made. Now, a road that goes directly from West Virginia, directly from Charleston to Washington, D.C. would benefit Charleston. It would benefit Morgantown. It would benefit some of the small towns on the way. I don't know to what degree or where they would buy it because I'm not as familiar with that area geographically, but it is just one road. The funny part about it isn't that Corridor H is trying to get built. By the way, there's a Corridor G that leads out of, it goes south. The funny part about Corridor H is it's supposed to go into Washington, D.C., and Virginia has said, we're not building anything to connect to it. So it's a road that will go to the border with Virginia and West Virginia, but then I don't know if it connects to some small country road that might already exist there or not. I didn't look it up, but it does not connect to an equivalent thoroughfare. So it is a road to nowhere, technically. Technically, his major accomplishments for West Virginia at the end of his cycle are a road to nowhere and a plant to build stuff that we already have and don't need. It's mostly a recycling plant anyway, from what I saw. It's pushed as being like, we are going to rebuild West Virginia's coal industry. No, you're not. No one is. It's done. Friend of coal is a fucking moron in my book. That's why. I'm a friend of coal. You work at an office building in Charleston, and they don't even have anything to do with coal because there's no money in it. Yeah. What do you guys preside over? We preside over fucking foreclosures on homes. Yeah, that's right. Why? Because the old people are too poor to keep their houses in West Virginia. Yes, and they are easy to trick out of all of their earnings and then just steal their homes. Yes, that's what you do. You're a scam artist. I'm a friend of coal. Yeah, you're a friend of coal in the way that every fucking banker is a friend of the devil. In fact, it's absolutely fucking insane over there. What was I saying though? Yeah, that's the entirety of it. But before that, he was, the governor and shit. And it's just been, it's terrible. I was a journalist in West Virginia. I wasn't there fucking forever, but I do what all good journalists do if they earn a paycheck at all, which is listen to people. And the general consensus is some people miss coal. Some people want it back, whatever. But everybody else's concern in West Virginia is crime. All the young people are leaving, and the state's population is getting older and older and older. One of the crazy factoids about West Virginia right now is it's impossible to sell a house. People will pitch. This is one of those great things about stats, right? West Virginia has some of the most affordable housing in America. You can get houses cheap as fuck in West Virginia because it's impossible to sell them. No one wants to move there. It's like, oh, but we're doing great on affordable housing. Yeah, you have a lot of affordable houses. You still have a lot of homeless people, but you have a lot of affordable houses because everyone's moving away. If you see how long houses stay up on the market in West Virginia, it's fucking psychotic. Maybe with the post 2020, post COVID, what do you call that? The AI fucking real estate buy up by Blackwater and all that, or whatever the fuck. Maybe there was a slight hiccup, but one of my biggest things I covered when I was there as a journalist, talking to people and being on the ground, just having conversations with people, was vacant buildings is like one of the biggest issues inside of cities and even outside of cities because they're just they're like a death trap and they're everywhere. You got homeless people and a shitload of vacants, and then the housing market is like one of the cheapest housing markets. It's a bad sign for the future of wherever you live. And Joe Manchin presided over all of that getting worse until people didn't give a fuck about Democrats anymore. He switched. He wasn't a Democrat at the end of his life. He switched to a fucking independent in May of 2024 before the end of his run. And then Jim Justice took his seat. So it's a Republican seat. He presided over the last years of Democrats having any fucking foothold at the federal level in that state. And the thing is Andy Beshear is not him. Andy Beshear, Andy Andy is a non-Hollywood liberal. I don't even know if he prescribes to any of these idiotic fucking like classes that people love to fucking talk about, like choosing a fucking team of losers to fight for. He's a Democrat. He caucuses with Democrats. He does not ever, in my mind, side with Republicans over foolishness. Now, he might not win his next election because the Republicans here are fucking nuts, but he does go out and talk to people. He's popular-wise. He goes out, he has conversations with folks. He's everywhere. He does the same shit Mitch McConnell does. One of the reasons Mitch McConnell won in fucking Kentucky, beat the fuck out of Amy McGrath, is people say, who you want to vote for? Mitch McConnell, the devil, or Amy McGrath, a stranger? I'm not a stranger. I was raised in Louisville or some shit. Everyone goes, who the fuck is this person? I don't know you. But the Democrats liked her. Democrats, like a Hutch style Democrats, Corpo Dems, the Manchin style of Democrat, right? And that is the death knell for you having any Democratic presence in a state. Now, Donald Trump was reaching out to Joe Manchin all the time, calling him personally, which Joe Manchin loved. You don't be mean to Joe. Don't be mean to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is like, we need to bring him in. They were getting ready to offer him cabinet seats and stuff. Now, you would think if you're a fucking moron, well, that's crazy. It's still having a Democrat cross the aisle like that. Bro, a traitor can always go and join the team that they're actually fighting for. That's the point. Is Joe Manchin is a clash traitor who plays on being from a fucking perceivably hillbilly state to pretend like he's a working class guy when he is just some cunt that's been in politics for fucking ever and sold out all the people that live in the state that he tried to represent that went down the tubes the whole time he was running it. There are actual Democrats in West Virginia. None of them like him. Shout out forever and always Mike Pushkin, who's one of the representatives in the West Virginia State House. Who gives a fuck? He's a taxi driver. He gives a fuck. He's a fucking lefty, like an actual fucking socialist, I think. I don't know if you'd call himself that. Don't fuck up his electability. But he goes out to bat for working class people. Andy Beshear is the same thing. It's like he did great during the COVID lockdowns. Of course, people around here will say he did bad because everyone says everyone did bad. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. Right there. Thanks. You're good. Thank you. Love you. That's a can of A1 steak sauce. But he presided. Do we already still talk about Hutch or something? Oh, that's way in the past. I talked to him personally. Oh, that smells good. I'm gonna have to get out of here soon. Andy talks to people. When the Build Back Better finally got passed, especially, and Joe Manchin was fighting against that, which is the stupidest thing. If there's anyone on earth who shouldn't be fighting against Build Back Better, it's Joe Manchin. West Virginia's infrastructure is fucked. And West Virginia isn't that much poorer than Kentucky. Like, I mean, it's poorer technically, but we're also talking about Kentucky. When I know any of you blue state people, you would be shocked to see the differences in the budgets between where I live and where the fuck you live. But you can still make it work. It actually doesn't take that much money to make a state better. Now, it's millions and millions of dollars, maybe $1 billion, but when it comes to state revenue, that's not that much. West Virginia took Build Back Better money and gave it back to the people, i.e. they gave tax rebates to major corporations and some amount of money to people instead of using collective bargaining and stuff to fix the infrastructure in the state. Andy Beshear put the fucking Build Back Better money to work, son. The second those checks hit our fucking state, he was spending money, which people love. Because here's the thing. When you start spending money in a state, you spend money on the people in the state, right? No, I'm right. You don't even know that maybe. If I need to go and build a road, more than likely, I'm not going to hire 4 or 5, I'm not going to hire a company full of a bunch of fucking Hassan fan anarchists who spend all their day in coffee shops and shit. I'm probably going to end up hiring a bunch of fucking hard right-wing fuck-amucks that own some earth moving and blasting company. And they're right-wing, not necessarily because of, anything deeper than, well, I go to church on the weekend. They said y'all want to kill babies. Okay, that's not true, but let's not even have that conversation. Would you like $15 million for your company over the next 5 years to blast out this corridor. Yes. How much work are you getting? Well, since the coal fields dried up, fucking none. You know, we do a little this and that. How would you like to be one of the 15 contractors that's helping pull out this $100 million bid in order to put in a highway, which is occurring over there? I can't remember if it's 100 million. I think it might be more like 43. But that 43 million for that bid, once that is from the federal government, and that money is pumping in a big fucking circle. Yes, it goes to that company, and that company maybe pays their workers good or bad or yada, yada, yada. But it goes to that company, and they have to spend that money to do the fucking bid. Once they get that money and they start doing the bid, they are paying for additional laborers, day laborers. Those guys are coming in, and they're going to fucking Ma's Pie Emporium so that they can get something to fucking eat on the weekend. They're all buying more groceries. They're all buying fucking wave runners because, dude, I got that fucking government contract came in. I swear to God, boy. I'm making 65K more. 65K more year over. I went and got myself a Hemi. You know what I mean? Like, you hear those kind of conversations. You like Democrats? I wouldn't piss on them if they're on fire, but Andy Beshear's all right with me. 65K. Y'all ever seen a Hemi? You know what V8 is? You know what a hemisphere is? Okay, calm down there. Also, fuck Mopar, but God bless you. All right. Wedge block driving motherfucker. Somebody heard what I just said there and went. And then they went. Bro, I do $1 to find out a fucking like Vosh fan knows what wedge block means. There's the one. There's gotta be one pervert that works on fucking engines. Nah, I'm fucking with y'all. But like that starts going out, and that once that chunk of money goes into a community, it'll circle for a while, like a shockingly long time. And you're like, well, man, they got me on the taxes, but then you guys, the fucking taxes get paid, road gets built, cops get paid, the cops go out to the diner, the cops fucking got to buy a little bit of ammunition. They buy new flak jackets and shit. That's not from this town. That's from 2 towns over. You know, that's out Winchester where they got the fucking surplus and supply. They go buy that surplus and supply guy. Dude, I just got a fucking $150,000 contract from the cops over there in fucking Harlan. Like, why? Like, what? They all need new holsters for their guns because the ones they had were leather and from 1862. So they needed some nylon black holsters. And I upsold them on the fucking embroidery to have their Harlan Police Department put on the side of it. Oh, shit. Well, that's $150,000 to that company. Oh, man, I paid $65,000 tax on this. Fuck me. That 65 goes to the taxes of that city. And then it just spread. If you go, it's crazy. And I did this right after Build Back Better, right after fucking COVID was ended and Build Back Better was in full fucking swing. Me and my friend Josh went out fucking Harlan Way and we went to Matewan and shit and we checked it all out. And you go to West Virginia, everything is fucked. Matewan is bupkiss, bro. Matewan, and God bless the people from there. I'm not talking shit on y'all. It's just, you know, you get right back across the river. All of a sudden, Kentucky's got new asphalt. All the guardrails are fucking shining and clean. And then you check, like, oh shit, what is that? That's a fucking brand new power station. What's going on in Harlan? Dude, they're fucking upgrading the levee wall. Because we're sick of Harlan flooding all the goddamn time, right? Everybody's got to fucking hide in there somewheres. Not even doing that great. But then people are eating, people are living off that. You start seeing new cars. You start seeing people working on houses, working on fixing fucking roofs. You see all them folks out there in fucking Eastern Kentucky with them goddamn metal roofs. Got me fucking jealous of them because they look fucking spiffy. Then you get on the other side, West Virginia's got nothing but goddamn junkyards everywhere. Junkyards, old shit, old cars, beat up people, beat up fucking dreams, beat up ideas. And they're not bad people. They just get fucked. And that's Kentucky and West Virginia, which I know people, if you aren't from here, I have just been talking about ducks and geese. And you have no idea what the fucking difference is. But it is crazy. Where I live, I'm talking about I'm in fucking Lexington, the big city, hand to God, talking about who has and hasn't got money over on the fucking Matewan, Harlan, fucking east-west border between them and Virginia, or West Virginia. And I will sound to people that are from there like I'm fucking uppity as shit. I'll sound like fucking hoity-toity fucking big britches and shit. But if you're not from here, you don't get that, and you don't have a sense of the scale and the distance then nothing that you have opinions on matters, right? You can't even see the difference between the type of governance, especially if you're in some fucking blue state. Blue state people have no idea what it takes to be a Democrat that talks to Republicans because they don't fucking have them. You don't got them. And you don't have them in a way that you need here. If you want to help people that are fucking from here, then you got to figure that out. If you want another Joe Manchin, have him wherever the fuck you live. I don't want another Joe Manchin in West Virginia. West Virginia doesn't want another Joe Manchin in Virginia. They took a Jim Justice instead of another Joe Manchin, and he went all the way, the extra way to fucking turn independent before he fucking left. And fuck him. fuck Joe Manchin. I don't like that motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about any of his difficulties in office. Yep. He was a governor when they were fucking down there in fucking Mingo County, Mingo Bingo, fucking around and selling drugs and shit. He was governor when they had fucking pill mills throughout the entirety of fuck off West Virginia. I mean, hell, he wanted to fix West Virginia. He could have just said like, hey, I need like 10 fucking cops to follow me. And then just gone down there with Molotovs and started throwing them through fucking pharmacy windows. And he would have saved probably fucking 100,000 people's lives. I'm not even fucking kidding you. West Virginia was so corrupt during the middle of the opioid crisis that a fucking cop was in his car, is a sheriff actually of a county. He was in his car on a lunch break. A guy went up, blew his fucking brains out through the fucking window of the car, and no other cops in West Virginia, save a few, showed up to his funeral. Empty. Because he was in on it. Like, that wasn't a police slaying, that was a fucking mob hit. I'm glad he's dead. Like, that was what people were saying behind closed doors about the guy. And it's a whole thing. He presided over West Virginia during its worst years, promised nothing and delivered nothing. That's not a good politician. That's a cunt. Dead ass. Oh, is chat working again all of a sudden? Fuck yes. Thank fucking God. That's basically Keynesian economics. Yes. This feels like a plant, but I respect the hustle. I don't know. Are you talking about me? I have no idea what you mean. I was a Democrat stationed at Fort Campbell, and I was unironically called a Yankee and a liberal as an insult a fair few times. Dude, I know it. Call me a fucking Yankee. I'll slow a whole goddamn conversation about that. That's not, you can call other Americans that, but not me. I'm a fucking Yank, dude. I'm from the fucking Midwest. At least. Yankees are fucking New England people. Hutch ran. Hutch fucking darted, bro. Hutch bailed. Oh yeah, I gotta see what this fuck is. This tweets on numbers? Soy Pill might try to, but he got suspended. She'll probably spam. You're like 3 mad people. Oh, fuck. Okay. Tyler is 100% carpetbagger. Oh, fucking kill me, dude. 109 hours of watch time, you son of a bitch. You know how to hurt me. You got to know so much. You got to know so much ball to call somebody a carpetbagger. Yeah, dude, that's a good one. If I was getting anything, maybe. How did the debate go? I can't watch them live. I get secondhand embarrassment too bad. Really, to break it down? How did it go? Hutch, and this isn't just an insult. I think Hutch actually has like, I think he actually might be terrified. He's scared. I think he's scared shitless. I think he's actually extremely stressed out by being online. Like, unironically, I think it's fucking him up. I don't think he's got what it takes. I know he said he's been on for like 17 years, but he was like in Mishima. I can't remember how to say that right. Or whatever the fuck, way back when. I don't know. And this is different. Politics, I keep telling people this. Once you talk about politics, you don't get to really talk about anything else. You don't. You always have to keep the door open. because politics is important to people in ways that everything else is not. Politics is how the rules affect your life and how you try to affect those rules. So I don't care if I hurt someone's feelings or hurt someone in general if it's politically expedient and good for me, because I shouldn't, right? That's because I need to do that. It's not like a want. And the worse things are for you, the more intense they'll get. If you have a comfy enough life where you can be detached from politics and think that like politeness is more important than pretty much almost any other respect, then you are setting yourself up to get healed out. You better have a nice big shield in between you and reality, because the people are going to come for you. And I've said this about, this is, fucking Nick Diorio and the small commentary people who are like, oh, everybody's trying to make things political, blah, blah, blah. But then you want to talk about Israel-Palestine and people's coverage of it. You can't go back. There is no going back. Once you talk about politics, you have to have made some sort of too strong, no matter how strong you think it is, strong statement on how somebody feels about the world, and they are not required to be nice to you. As a matter of fact, it's in our Constitution that you don't have to be nice to people about politics. You can say whatever the fuck you want, so long as you don't kill anyone. And even then, you do still have the opportunity because of the Second Amendment. It's a fucking dangerous game to talk about politics in America, as well it should be, because it's politics. If you get into politics and your first consideration is, wow, people are mean, people don't want to have a conversation with me, they just want to call me a fucking asshole, they want to make fun of me and stuff, then you did not do sufficient ground research before you started talking about politics. I don't know if you know this, but as far as assassinations go, politics, the leading cause of them. As a matter of fact, it happens all the time because people are upsetty spaghetti about politics. It's very rare. As a matter of fact, if you can think about it in history, just having owning a pharmaceutical company was not the most deadly thing in the world, or even running one. We had one guy, one CEO of a pharmaceutical company got shot in an assassination. When it comes to politics and politicians, we have assassinations, even just in America, every few months or so. And people are like, no, it's been years. And they're like, are you just not reading the news, baby doll? It happens at the state and local level all the fucking time. Here in Kentucky, there's a corruptish judge or whatever the hell, I can't even remember how, and the guy just went in there and he shot the judge to death on camera. Pop, 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 over some shit. Assassination. It just happens. We've been killing our one of our best presidents got shot to death for freeing slaves. People have strong feelings about politics. And if you think that the normal rules of engagement should exist in the arena where winner takes all, you're a rube, like a child. Well, I wish things were like that. Okay, pass a law, bitch. That's the point. You better fucking quiet everyone else down by passing the laws to make that happen, or you're fucked. Hutch cannot take the heat. I'll tell you this right now. If you dislike Hutch and you're out there on the internet, if you fuck with him, it will hurt his feelings and it will fuck his day up. He has made that completely clear. I don't think I have talked to a single person, and I've had some heated fucking debates, and shit talk sessions, struggle. I think, what is that? Fucking Malcolm. I gotta give him a shout out. God damn it, Malcolm calls them struggle sessions. It's true. I've had some fucking struggle sessions with some non-accounts, right? And for all the racists and even leftists and libs and fucking polite and impolite I've talked to, I have never seen someone completely unable to take a barb. Completely. He couldn't handle it. Like it fucked he fucking fell out. He couldn't handle it. And I think it's because he's been like watching other people and just doesn't understand how to deal with that situation. But he just detracted completely. He got called racist a little bit. Chiding him. Well, you're really proud of your Confederate ancestry, right? Your Confederate ancestor, whatever it was. Who gives up just a barb, just a little barb? And he fucking immediately lost his mind. In 2 seconds, we were talking about fucking everything else under the sun. You're brain rotted. I just need to know where the brain rot comes from. I think as far as the people I've talked to on here that I was planning on being contentious with, I treated him with the kiddiest of kid gloves, and he could not fucking take it. which is not good because that means he cannot talk to anybody but people that are nicer than him, which means he can never talk to the right. Unless he talks to people that are already going to just give him a little fucking massage and walk. That's no good. You can't, if you can't handle that amount of conflict. He, by the way, he ended it with, he rage quit and kicked me completely off of his Discord. Very loner box coded. I'm not surprised they're picture in picture talking about how their fucking pussies hurt because somebody like Pisco was like lightly mean to them. Pisco, I gotta fucking talk to you. I need to chat to Pisco. Feigned outrage. The fake outrage was crazy. It was, dude, if I had to compare it to anything, the fake outrage was roughly equivalent to like saying a light blasphemy in front of a 70-year-old New England widow in the time of witch burnings. I'm surprised his voice didn't get completely high pitched as he flitted around with his skirts raised at the ankle away from some imaginary rat. Yeah, fucking Jesus Christ. Oh my God. The fact that you would come in here and say such a thing to me, I mean, oh my God. Like, bro, what the fuck is this? I'm never, like, I don't understand who the fuck you think you are. Like, it's so fucking great. So many people, I think it's like they watch like CNN talking heads and like they don't realize that a lot of these people, like, first off, just went to school together half the fucking time. So many of these people on like CNN, MSNBC are all like college roommates or friends of college roommates, you know, level of knowing each other from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard. Like they all know each other. Half of them have to be nice to each other, not because they like it, but because they're all going to the same pedophile party after the fucking, you know, night's done. They're all going to the same eyes wide shut, horrid fuck fest. Okay. When they do Illuminati shit over the top of us. The fuck, this is the internet is the people's pit. It really is. It's the last place. I am not going to permit good behavior and polite language to ruin my fucking favorite place on earth, right? I think that anyone that's down here, you're in the fuck, you're scrapping. Because really, we're all the fucking end result. We're all downstream of the political realities of wherever the fuck we're from and whoever the fuck we are. Like when I like it that when people see me, they go, okay, white kid from fucking Cincinnati, I get it. You can get that because that's, and when I talk about my politics, that's who I am. You know what I mean? Because it does give you the ability to reference along with everyone else. We're not fucking Harvard educated, crisp, clean, on message. Everybody's talking with a newscast. Now, what I need you to understand about this, Barbara, and I know we're getting a little heated here, but the president's opinion on the standards and norms here, the political prescriptions of decades, they need to be followed. They need to be maintained. You earn that by having your fucking dad put you through fucking Yale and then you not getting a job in politics because you don't have the fucking backing monetarily or the charisma, okay? That's how you earn that. This is the fucking internet. You don't even get to be near DGG and ever talk about propriety. You don't ever get to talk about somebody being mean to you because that's the fucking heart and soul of that world. That's right, Nebraska Steve. Oh, Nebraska Steve. Oh, you guys like saying slurs? I'm going to say a slur. I'm being edgy. No, fuck that. Fuck being nice. Fucking Piers Morgan knows that the fucking talking head era is over. Even Piers Morgan is starting to fucking do internet blood sports, and he likes it. I can tell. You can see him sniffing the fucking copper out of the air here and there. And Hutch does not have it. Hutch could not. He would have been eaten alive on even Dylan Burns shows. He'd have been fucking cooked. Like side character NPC in and out. Jesus Christ. Maybe he was on them and I just don't even remember him. If he tries to step outside of blue people talking to each other, fucking dem and dem adjacent individuals, you try and go talk to some fucking right wingers, they're going to kill you, bro. You better stick to fucking fat pussies like fucking Rob Knorr. And maybe, I don't know, Connor Points is kind of okay, but you step any further than that, they're going to kill you. You talk about their fucking audiences. Jesus Christ. That person might be nice. Their audience is going to call you every slur under the fucking sun. You know what I'm saying? Like, politics is a fucking battlefield. It is. It's the battlefield before the battlefield. It is conflict. And it is personality and it is charisma and it is fucking ability and it's money and it's every fucking way to cheat to win. Because winning is all that matters because winner takes all. It's politics. You know what I mean? Presenting a weak front as just a critique is not good. Not good at all. There's maybe ways that you can fuck around with it, but this whole like no one that matters is gonna watch that debate and then go like, oh, fucking Tyler can't handle it. Dude, I know what I'm doing. I've been watching this shit forever. I'm from the fucking media world. I have friends that still live in it. Do you think I'm fucking around with all this lights and camera shit because like it's just something that like popped into my fucking head one day? I'm deep in it. I do opposition research on these motherfuckers before I talk to. Do you know how obsessively I watched shit that you said before I fucking came in there to fuck with you was? I did it constantly. You know who would have respect for that? Your fucking little boss, Destiny. He does the same thing. Why? It's good practice. You know who else does it? Every single person in politics. If I could say something like that to get under your fucking skin that hard in a debate you couldn't leave in public, it would be the end of you. We'd be fucking running that shit forever. You think Hutch has what it takes to be on like 1 verse 20? He's gonna fucking implode. That might be the best day. Lol Hutch fucking pisses pants in the middle of 1v20. He's not even the one. He's one of the 20. Piss pantsing. And I think like that's the thing. I can't tell when you're so fucking incompetent, so unbelievably fucking incompetent at what you do. I can't tell whether or not you're an op. And I'm not saying that lightly. That's not a good example for you to be setting. Like, I couldn't tell if you're bad at being on my side, bad at criticizing, but you just seem incompetent at every single thing that you're doing. And I can't tell whether or not, to what degree you're trying to sabotage someone else, because in my heart of hearts, I think that I would hope that it would be impossible to self-sabotage that much. I know, and I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of your fucking support is coming from DGG who are boosting you up. I mean, the same thing that happened in his thing today happened, as it always does before I was watching it. 400 to 800, 400 to 1200 subs and then concurrence and then back down. So he's got the actual DGG audience flowing in and out. So he's audience captured like a motherfucker probably at this point. But like, how good is that going to be? What a low tier fucking entrant. Comparing Andy to Manchin is akin to comparing Andy to Lunderbox. Not necessarily 100% true. Untrue. Got some food here. I'm going to be eating soon, but I want to. Now the fucking chat works again. All of a sudden, did he unlist it? Oh no, that'd be very funny. Maybe. No, he's still alive.
That stuff. And that if you're all you're thinking about is like your social media traffic or keeping your approval numbers above water, then you might make some decisions that are not good for the rest of the party. I mean, it's just plainly the case. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, maybe, that might make people mad. Maybe you just keep the shutdown going and then hurt your chances in other like elections because people are like,
God, these are such stupid conversational topics. I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds. Ooh, Trump's State of the Union, actually. Let's see what he's got to say about that.
Thank you. God bless you.
Dude, I love this fucking purse face that JD Vance does all the time now, whatever the fuck this is. I gotta finish my breakdown. He's a gigantic baby, is the first thing. He's not ready to have conversations outside of, like, he dominates him. He's deathly afraid of being proven wrong, and it's obvious. It's very obvious. He does misdirections. He does all of the, like, the dirty fighting tricks right out of the bat and doesn't have, like, fundamentals. It would be like watching a UFC fighter go in and immediately start trying to, like, sprint forward with an eye gouge against, like, Royce Gracie. You're just like, what in the fuck? Like, you're getting hit with a knee and going like, that didn't happen. Like, this dude's writhing around on the ground on me, and then he tapped out. which is not good. I knew he was gonna tap out because I sensed the bitch on him. It was there. Did you see his therapy session with Pisco? I saw the one that the one person I covered that actually on my other channel. The other stream is right now, but yeah, same thing. He's got to fucking have a whole struggle session with Pisco about Pisco's chat being too mean to him and too mean to Loner Box or whatever when Loner Box was visiting. Like they're all in a fucking knitting circle and somebody's farting at the fucking bridge game. Bill is more of a mansion. I have no idea what you're talking about. Bill Clinton more of a mansion dem or a Bashir dem? Oh, way more of a mansion. Jesus, like kind of like the preeminent one. How to describe it? The 90s, which I've experienced politically, like in the rear view. Obviously, I was 10 in 97. So, Bill Clinton was a charismatic, competent winner of elections. Right? He's a winner, which people like. And as a winner, he won. He did better for the country than the other options might have been, but he represents that mansion style Democratic can kicking, which was fine then because the can hadn't been kicked that much. So you look at the 90s and stuff, we're beginning to start suffering from Reaganomics, right? Reaganomics is in swing, but right now, when Reaganomics is basically the heart and start of the buy low, sell high, cripple, invade, destroy, sell off idea of business. It's a post-business style of business. Reaganomics is the way to facilitate that politically. Basically, if you have anything that you can cut and you can't lose your election because you cut it, then cut it. It doesn't matter who it hurts. It doesn't matter what happens. As long as you can get money back to rich folks that pay for you to win, then you win. Democrats basically got bribed out with that. And the Democrats of the 90s still, if you think about it, are only 20, 30 years displaced from the party switch. So, you're talking about Robert Byrd in the 90s, the early 90s especially. He's in his 40th year of 40th year of being in the Senate, and he remembers being a Democrat with Strom Thurmond. These Democratic people that are coming into office that are starting to be much more, liberal and such are still descended from Southern strategy Democrats. You know what I mean? They are Dixiecrats. They are a lot of Southern people. They have started because of black folks being able to vote because of the fucking Voting Rights Act, where all the black folks used to live or lived at the time and couldn't vote. Now the black folks are voting for whoever the fuck they want. So you got to change your entire policy. Otherwise, if you're where black folks are, they're going to fucking vote you out if you ain't on the side of fucking black folks. What happened? Well, I went from no black folks can visit here to their 70% or vote here to their 70% of my electorate. Are you going to gerrymander? Well, we're going to fucking try, but I don't know I don't know how Jerry's going to mander this motherfucker, dude. I'm done. I'm cooked. You know what I'm saying? So you got to do a whole different thing. So the Democrats are only the Democrats that you think should win elections for 20 years at that point, if that. 20 years before that, Democrats, or 30 years before that especially, Democrats are the heart and soul of racism. Democrats are Strom fucking Thurmond, the guy who filibustered the Civil Rights Act. He went and fucking talked for he set a record, just basically like these black motherfuckers can't go to school with white kids. God damn it. Bill Clinton's from that class of politicians. So you have basically the pro-black Dixie Democrat in that era, 80s, 90s. And the Republicans are going hard, bro. The Republicans that we have now, conservatives, are going hard on the Republican Party. You got Billy fucking Falwell, right? Whatever the fuck. All these fucking preachers and shit. Now I was a Democrat for years, but I tell you right now, I pray to Jesus Christ. I pray to Jesus Christ to show me the way forward, and my friends, the way forward, Ronald Reagan. I know he's a California communist, but he was on our side. He ratted them commies out. And I think them cowboys he played on the screen, they are his true character. They are the measure of him as a man. So I'm saying right now, I'm going to be going with the conservative Republican Party from now on. They're going to bring back America to the great standards as it was before. We rebuild. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they were on that shit hard. Televangelists, fucking, you have Reagan opening up the fucking, not necessarily repealing the Fairness Act. I can't remember how this happened, but basically, he opened up radio stations to have fucking Rush Limbaugh. They were trying to have that conversation on with between Hutch and fucking food shops, and they're so fucking alienated from American history. They have no idea how to have the conversation. Shocking. They all want to ask these like moralistic gotcha questions and shit and go back and forth, and just like, you're never going to talk about what the fuck happened, are you? Okay, never mind. I don't give a fuck. You think I would do that? Yeah, you did it. Would you be mean to me? Yes. So Bill Clinton is a product of that. So what Bill Clinton appears as, if you're a black person, is the least racist Democrat you may have ever seen in your fucking life. That's shocking. If you're a 50-year-old black person in 1992, right? 1992, when Bill Clinton's going the first time, he's on Arsenio Hall or whatever the fuck it was, playing the saxophone. Till the last dog dies. All that good shit. You go like, wow, they fucking Democrats is they're on one, but I'm, okay. But then there's a lot of Republican black folks too. Not because they're conservative, but because the Republican Party was the party of black people. That was the party of fucking Martin Luther King Jr. back in the day, because the Democrats were the fucking Dixie Democrats. They were fucking racist. The color of the party doesn't fucking matter. All right. It's inconsequential to it. So when you got Bill Clinton, you have one of the most progressive Democrat presidents, kind of at all. Period. You're selecting from a thin margin. Now there's back and forth throughout the entirety of history and all that, but it is what it is. You got him up there, and so Bill Clinton is promising this and that, but he presides over the 90s, which is the end of the American dream. If you remember the 90s, as I do, we had money then. America was rich and things were cheap. Gas was really inexpensive. And not just because it was cheap, but because you didn't have that much else to buy, and everything else was cheap too. So even if gas was actually more than like whatever water or milk costs and stuff, everything else was fucking, quarters and cents and stuff. You could collect pennies and pay for important shit all the time. And even then, people were like, damn, the prices are fucking going out of control. Because Reaganomics stripped all these public programs that Reagan fucked over, it takes decades for the fucking pain to really hit. And it doesn't hit the rich places and the liberal places and the places where everybody still has jobs until a while down the fucking line. And then it hits hard. So you have Bill Clinton basically doing can kicking when no one cares about can kicking. Gay rights, hey man, I don't know, gay rights is crazy. I'm gonna go rape an intern. Like, he's a rapist. Bill Clinton is a fucking rapist. My dad was saying that in the 90s, and he was like, people were looking at him like he was crazy, and he wasn't even like a Democrat, you know what I mean? Or even really political the way, people are these days. He's like, that's rape. And it was crazy to say that it was rape because people didn't think of fucking forcing your intern to suck your cock as the president was a sexual assault. Like, my dad was fucking beside himself, pissed as fucking people for making Monica Lewinsky jokes, and like, I didn't get it at the time because I'm a fucking idiot kid, and it's like, that's on SNL. SNL thinks it's funny to make fun of Monica Lewinsky. He's like, that woman was raped by the president. Oh, okay. Don't fucking joke about that. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm 10. I'm repeating things I see on TV, but I will not do that because the belt is a motherfucker. I respect the belt. I don't understand it, but I will listen. And so Bill Clinton represents really, like, he was the president during this prosperous time, but it wasn't good for everybody. The 90s was like, holy fuck nightmare world for black folks. Like, it was white people were great. White people that enjoyed black people were also doing fine. Because if you enjoyed black people, but you didn't know any, you would think black people are having the best time of their life. Because the entirety of black culture that got sold to white people in the 90s outside of like gangster rap, which was only the bad and ignorant ones, only the ones that they don't have any minds in those heads. They're just raised by, they're fatherless or whatever the fuck. You go, what I turn on? It's nonstop smiling black people. Big white tooth smiles. Having a good time. All good time. Good time black folk on the TV. They love the president. Good time. You go to black neighborhoods, they're like, no one can get a business anymore. It feels like we're starting to return to before the fucking Civil Rights Act. The police are getting crazier and crazier every year. The violence is going nuts. They're shutting down our schools. I can't send my crazy aunt to the crazy house anymore because fucking Ronald Reagan shut down all the nut houses. So I got to keep crazy Aunt Phyllis in my house, and she can't fucking do it. So she's in and out on the streets and shit, talking to God and Jesus and carrying a gun for whatever the fuck reason. And crack is everywhere, and they're treating me like it's my fucking fault. I didn't fucking do any of this. You don't have a husband. My husband died in a fucking train derailment. I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing my best. Like, that was the era where if you saw a single black mother, it was because she was a sinner. Like that is the era of Bill Clinton, regardless of how he felt about it or whatever. It's still his country. And that all went into Y2K and turned into the America that was when Cheney got back into fucking a position of power under another Bush, and when a Bush was fucking president after cheating the fucking Supreme Court on the hanging Chads nonsense, because Democrats refused to fight for shit because they were all corpos. Then you have 9/11, and it's like a gift from God, and it just pilfers the American economy. Fucks us inside out. Just a lack of political know-how on George Bush's part. Crony governance, every fucking inch of stuff. You know, if you were half a fucking president that people think Bill Clinton was, and I mean, even the negative ones, you gotta realize that's his presidency he turned over. He couldn't get John Kerry into office. He couldn't trade up from Democrat to Democrat. He still let people down. It's still the pendulum swung right back over. And this is the problem with old school corporate Dem governance, is that it doesn't do anything for people. It stops the pain, but the pain comes back, which makes people less likely to be enthusiastic in supporting you, and eventually erodes that enthusiasm until the people leave. And that's part of the game, right? Which is makes me what I think fucking Hutch is an op for. If you don't know enough about politics to understand your lifetime of what the fuck's happened in this country, and because you're like delirious and you're more upset about getting fucking insulted or something, then you're on their side. Like, he is, as far as I'm concerned, he's as fucking bad as Robert E. Lee. I don't give a fuck. There's a certain line. It's way ahead of that where you're just in the fucking trash pile. I can't use you. You're gone. You know what I mean? If you want to be mad about that, be mad about it with all the other insignificant things. If I can manage to cut them out of the process, could have tried to turn that one around on me. I would have taught you how to do it the right way. But what happens is like with Manchin, right? And this is the Bill Clinton problem, is that it swings back and no one wants John Kerry. You are slowly but surely erode black folks' belief in you as a candidate. And they stop being enthusiastic in their support. They're desperate in their support. The black community has to vote Democrat now because of the way the party switch worked. And because the Republicans will go fucking cuckoo bananas because they got taken over by the conservatives on black people. Their racism is a policy platform. Racism is a discussion platform. It is a fucking wish list because it's black people's fault that they're black, and all of their blackness makes bad things happen to them. That's the entirety of the policy. If you break it down, you have broken households because of blackness. You have poverty because of blackness. And if only they could stop being black, they would stop having those issues. And because they can't stop that, you just have to fucking take away all of their rights, authority, power, agency, and get them to either get rid of them or kill them. That's what the fucking plan is. Black folks aren't fucking stupid, and they understand that they're fucking stuck between a rock and a racist place, and they can't quite tell which is the rock and which is the racist place. They all feel both the fucking same, but generally they've got it kind of figured out. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's a lot of black folks out there. If you talk to them, they know who the elected officials are in their neighborhood. And there's way more white folks that if you talk to them, they have no fucking clue. No participation in their society, no knowledge of politics deeper than whatever the fuck Destiny or Hassan or fucking whatever their variety of that is talking about at the moment, hyper fixated on issues in fucking Cleveland while they live in Cincinnati, which is, if you're from Ohio, would be a hilarious thing to say to somebody. Are you talking about Hutch or JD Vance? Like, I'm like way back in con. So like, the problem with this is what happens, Tyler? Wasn't it better harm reduction? Harm reduction is only harm reduction if it reduces harm. Okay, so there's something called longevity of action. We'll say, right? There's a concept really called the future, and in the future, things will continue to happen. So a victory is only a victory if it does not get undone. The reason I don't give a fuck about Joseph Stalin is not because, or of Vladimir Lenin. The reason I don't care about Vladimir Lenin or his teachings isn't because he didn't do great things while he was alive, yada, yada, yada. It's because everything that he built turned to dust within a lifetime. So there's no reason to respect what he built because it's not there anymore. Whereas other things that are built and stay have a reason to be paid attention to. They have staying power. Well, if it wasn't for all of these problems that he should have addressed before he died, then none of those problems would have happened. Okay, they happened though, so I don't care. Ignored, disregarded, bye. It's the same thing, unironically, with a lot of these Democrats. It's, we want to do harm reduction, but the harm reduction in the immediacy causes a larger problem down the line that's much more difficult to solve. And also, some of the harm reduction is fucking imagined. The harm reduction in itself is not a promise, but a suggestion of a possibility of something that'll happen. When we talk about Barack Obama being elected, Barack Obama was elected under an idea of harm reduction, which was, hey, we're going to get out of the Middle East entirely. We're going to reduce troop, yada, yada, yada. We're going to stop doing drone bombings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He ran on that promise, the promise to shut down Guantanamo Bay, which pisses me off to this fucking day, and did not do these things. Now, you could say it's because he came into political realities after he got there, but that's not what I want to hear from a politician. I don't care about you found out a secret that lets you not do something and I don't get to know. That you failed me. You promised something and you didn't deliver. Donald Trump is different because Donald Trump delivers regardless of the rules. He is a legendary leader for the people that like him. He doesn't give a fuck, and that's what people want. Because the processes that are the same things that people like about the Democrats, that they're polite and they're about conversation and debate and all that nice stuff, is cool when any of that actually provides a positive result. I don't care if every time we have a legislative session, half the legislators die because we vote by combat. If I win, if we stop winning on that vote by combat, I'll want something else to happen. You understand? So if we lose, but it's always these guys being nice to each other and being conciliatory and not using political power, then there's no value in it for me. If I don't get what I want, you can't describe a worse situation that's not your problem, because my problem is already sufficiently bad enough that I don't care about the gradients beyond it. This is called nuance. Nuance can also be quite extreme in that you can say there's nuance there. I'm going to ignore all of it. I understand that there's differences between these things. The differences are not politically, ethically, morally, fiscally, religiously, or personally valuable to me. So I don't give a fuck. The only reality of politics is when, what do you call that? If motivation, ability, and opportunity interact, then the thing will happen. Because if somebody wants to do something, they can do something, and they're given the opportunity to do something, they'll do it. Unless there's some equal or opposing force to prevent them. And that's the entirety of political reality. Everything else is just a conversation amongst children to distract from the realities. It's just the case. If you don't like other people's forms of governance, but then they fucking dominate your shit, then you should have done something that helped them not do that. Everything else that you have to say is worthless because you fucking lost. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget the Northern and Southern Democrats have been basically two separate parties in one body roughly since the 1920s. Northern Dems are still racist, but much less so. Yeah, it's very, very complicated. Is there going to be a primary for Andy? No, Bashir would be on his third term. Did he just win his third term? Bashir's running out of room to run again. Nobody would primary Andy from the Democratic side in this state. That would be shocking. I mean, he might entertain a primary for political purposes, but he's very well liked. I would be shocked to see a primary contender against him on the Democratic side that would be more viable than a contender from the Republicans. I mean, he beat the Republicans' asses the last 2 times. He fucked them up. Bevin and fucking Cameron. He fucking won against them. He beat their fucking asses to the point where also people just still talk about Matt Bevin like that was whoops. You talk about carpetbagger, Matt Bevin, king of them all. Tyler isn't covering all interpretations of respect, like learning from Lenin's failures. Base dad. What the hell does that mean? What are you guys talking about? Oh, my dad. Yeah. Politics is one big ass blast. Politics is dog shit. What do we know about Andy's education or stance on Gaza? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Does he have him? I think he said, I don't know. What is Bashir's stance on Gaza? I think I heard Mike from PA whine about it, so it's probably like not good. I don't give a fuck. If he says he doesn't give a fuck about the people of Palestine, I could give 2 shits. I want to on the record, I wouldn't give a fuck. He's the governor of my Commonwealth. I could give 2 fucks what his foreign policy prescriptions are. Let's see, Andy Bashir, Palestine. Two years into war on Gaza, this is 2005. Advocates demand Governor Bashir to take a stance. Lexington Herald leader. Okay, Americans, a Middle Eastern advocacy group has a message to Kentucky Governor Andy Bashir. Pick a side. Okay. I don't care about any of this. New Hampshire, don't care. Tuesday's visit adds to speculation. Bashir will run for president in 2028. Advocates from the Institute for Middle East Understanding have spent $25,000 on ads urging him to take a side on the war. The group is a 20-year independent organization that aims to raise awareness on issues facing Palestinians and Palestinian Americans. Kentucky Governor Andy Bashir's New Hampshire for president. If you won't stand against genocide, you can't be the Democratic nominee for president. I mean, you can be. Bashir, the group elaborates in a social media post on X, says, "We shouldn't criticize Israel publicly," and refuses to support sending weapons to Israel. Months, he's dodged questions about U.S. involvement. Jolly told Vogue that allies shouldn't discuss their disagreements publicly, adding that Israel is a critical ally. True. In August, he declined to comment on to Politico on Representative Bernie Sanders' July joint resolution proposal. Sending minutes. Bashir expressed criticism of the starvation of people in Gaza in a comment from his campaign manager. President Trump can and should provide aid to address starvation and suffering in Gaza. It should do so in a way that does not compromise the safety of Israeli people. Yup. Given the increasingly dire humanitarian conditions in Gaza, ongoing violence in the West Bank, U.S. must do more ensuring. Lego. Both ads emphasizing American people's declining support for the war. 39% of Americans now say Israel is acting too aggressively in its military operation. You're extremely very concerned. I don't care about any of this. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Stupid concern from unserious people, with all due respect. It's like, he might run for president in 3 years, maybe. So let's get him to blow up wherever the fuck he is now. I hate this, like, principled standpoint shit, because unironically, it's just easy to talk past. Like the giving statements. You said... Like, how many fucking people do we have you've said? And I just don't give a fuck about overseas before I care about inside the CONUS at this point. I think it's absurd to do so. I think it's, like, ridiculous at this point. Like, where does this guy stand on Israel? I don't know. If it's on their throats, fucking awesome. If it's somewhere else, I don't give a shit. I need the country to solidify again, and I need people to see that democratic leadership can be, like, valuable to them as individuals. But this idea that if you're on the wrong side of Palestine, you can't win is crazy because Donald Trump did. You know what I mean? And Democrats, I mean, is it bad? Yes, it's a genocide. It fucking sucks. America is a confusing place. It's not about popular support. It's about electoral college support, which is fucking nuts. You can say like 80% of people hate this thing, but like if you divvy it up in the way that the country's gerrymandered, then ultimately that 80% actually only equates to 30% of what you need to win. It's a fucking crazy calculation. Should he probably come out for it when he's on the campaign trail? Yes. Does he need to do it while he's running my fucking my fucking state? And risk me having something good happen for no return? No. Fuck no. That's the decision I want to see him make. Hey, Andy, you might run for president at some point, but would you like to make life harder for people in Kentucky because you can't do your job by talking about fucking shit that doesn't matter? Nope. Okay, thank you. I don't give a fuck. It's a stupid quest. It's a stupid ask. It's a fuck you personally ask. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the Middle Eastern Institute for Studies or whatever the fuck too for doing that early. Navel gazers. Absolute fucking navel gazers. I know it's an important issue to them because they're fucking dying or whatever, but like, you're not here. You're not in my fucking state. That was a good move on his part. Dodged. Pop. Fucking stiff arm. When he's running, you want to try to pressure him? Go for it. I don't give a fuck. He's running for president. He's not going to be the fucking governor of my state anymore. I don't give a fuck what you ask him. That's your problem then. If he's the governor of my state, I support him saying anything that'll make my life better because he has the power to do that and he has no power over anything else. He's governor of fucking Kentucky. God damn it. I didn't really think about that. The guy who's totally not proud to be a descendant of a Confederate loser rage quitted after saying he'd segregate Nazis. He wasn't ready to come out as one. That was the last conversational point, wasn't it? Like, I'd fucking segregate. You think he just fell out of a coconut tree? Think Graham Plattner has the juice? I neither know nor care. To be president? Absolutely not. He's not even a senator yet. I don't think he's even a... Is he even a Democratic candidate for senator? I mean, if he was where I was, I think I would vote for him in the primary, considering none of the people that are running against him have been able to put their fucking names up in a way that made me know who they were as opposed to him, right? He's running against Susan Collins. Maybe he'd suck, maybe he'd be good, but like, I'm not looking into it. I don't know that much because I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the idiot tattoos thing further than he's a moron for having them. Most of the rest of it was also just like he served. Like from the lefties online, it was like, but also he was in the military and he was at Abu Ghraib after the stuff that happened when all of the prisoners were being fucking taken out of it. Okay, yeah, I don't give a shit. It means nothing to me when it comes to a senator running the Senate. It just doesn't. Usually you don't even get to find out someone's a Nazi until like they Sieg Heil on stage. It's the stupidest. We live in a comical post-reality world at this point. I don't know. But as far as like, you know, coin flipping, sorting through the fucking dimes and quarters and nickels, sure. I'll just tell you right now, nothing that he's done is disqualifying to me if he can actually fucking deliver. But I also don't look into it because I don't live in that state, so I don't care. If he wins, if he loses, it's got nothing to do with me because I can't vote in that election and I'm not going to wear my fucking soul out giving a fuck about some Mainer. You know what I mean? And I think that's the kind of point. It's like, dude, if you chatter who asked that, who are the senators where you live? You know what I mean? Mine are I think should still be Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell. Those are my senators. I used to have Thomas Massey as a representative. Now I have Andy Barr as a representative. Maybe I'll have Andy Barr as a senator soon as well. So, like, you know, I can never remember the lady that my mayor, I think it's Ken Wu, is our vice mayor, and he's great. He's in the news now because Donald Trump said he shouldn't be legally allowed to be a vice mayor. You know who knew foreign policy? Manchin shitbag that he is. Still a Zionist, so is Clinton in the second Bush. Did Manchin know foreign policy? I've never heard Manchin say a fucking thing about foreign policy. unless it's Jesse Ventura. Ventura always owned when he weighed in on foreign policy as the governor. Fuck them all. Our people first most of the time, all the time. It's not like even necessarily a fuck them all thing. America's just in a serious like cabin pressure issue. It is mask on FaceTime, like to get oxygen before things go crazy. We have to rest. We're there is no like giving a fuck about what's happening outside. There just is none. I don't fucking care. Wherever the fuck you are not in America, I can't give a shit because the fucking plane is shooting at the ground right now. I gotta get the controls out of this dickhead's hands, which is the closest thing to fucking reasonable take that Hutch has, which is why I wanted to talk to him at all. But Jesus, the bitch in that guy is fucking bone deep. I was trying to be nice to him. But like, we got to get that back so that anything can happen. If you're like, I won't vote for the next Democrat because of a foreign policy issue, I can't stop you. I mean, it's your fucking right. But like, fuck, we got to cut this out. I hope that we can get some lower level people. We might just be fucked. That's kind of the point. We're kind of like fucked here. It's not the best situation. It's not like, oh, hey, the best thing to do, the good thing to do is to vote for some dog shit fucking corpo can kicker Democrat. The best thing to do is to have gone back 30 or 40 years in time and defeated the the now Republican conservative establishment's war on concern for politics, the war on intelligence and fact sharing, and get people to build up small sectors of power. But like at this point, we're so into emergency mode, it is reasonable to say that because, I mean, the thing is like, if you're mad about Israel or Gaza, if Donald Trump keeps popping off, you might be mad about more than just Israel and Gaza. You might be pissed off about, I don't know, actually just take a fucking globe and shoot it a few times with a fucking 440 and just see where the holes are. And that's where you can be pissed about. Because like we're going it. We're in it to win it at this point. It's fucking nuts. It took some seconds to remember your mayor. For shame, Tyler, for shame. Yeah. Can I be transportation secretary? No, because you asked. Tina Smith and Amy Klobuchar based. Our governor threatened to cut off a city's funding for bringing a proposition to have none of the local taxes go to Israel. Based. Oh my God. I think the thing that people really need to get, and that's like the frustrating aspect of these conversations relative to the online ecosystem, is that there are no quick solutions. There is your idea of a quick solution, which is if I just get what I want, then I'll have what I need. You know what I mean? Like, if you just say these things, then we'll be good. But like, politics is way more entrenched and intertwined than anything. Gavin Newsom could, statistically speaking, be elected and go in any direction away from what he's presenting himself as right now. He could get elected and become a fucking absolute socialist. He could get elected and become a fucking Nazi. He could be elected and just turn into a fucking butterfly and float away over the Atlantic. Who the fuck knows? That's kind of the issue here. And people don't get that because they see politics like a few layers back from where I'm at. And a lot of people that are older are at, where you've connected personalities and things that they say to the way, to a sense of victory, a path to accomplishment that doesn't exist. Because singular elections of high level executives, like I was talking about with checks and balances, do not equate to best results. It doesn't even equate to a result. It is just merely a thing that is part of a great recipe that could maybe get you what you want down the line. My perfect goal would not be for some president to be elected that says Israel bad. Who gives a fuck about that? It's such a fucking non-win, actually, that most of the people who are already just coping about Kamala Harris not being on their side enough about Palestine haven't really understood the ramifications of even their ask that they didn't get doesn't solve anything. Mine would be to make like a continuing resolution, or not even continuing resolution, just make it put in the Constitution that foreign leaders are not allowed to address our Congress or Senate directly, ever. They can present their ideas through, someone the fuck else. because I don't like having a foreign leader come to my fucking country. I don't care what the fuck you're for, and being applauded by any chunk of my fucking elected representatives. I don't give a fuck what you're up to. Even fucking Zelensky, God bless him. No for anybody, because it needs to be a little bit more personally and politically detached. You need to have rules for, investigate, have every fucking elected official should just have their bank account be accessible to the fucking dime at all times. You can't have a single account that is not publicly accessible and viewable. We should know that if you bought your Netflix, oh, hey, look, fucking Amy Klobuchar bought her new Netflix subscription today. How about that? That would fix a lot of shit. It would be a massive invasion of privacy. Yeah, but against a fucking servant of the state. So it doesn't matter. You can either surrender power or you can get power and have that limitation placed upon you. You need stuff like that. Any executive that gets elected is limited in their ability to do anything because they are still just an executive. They have executive authority, yes. Use of executive authority is always considered unpopular to do almost anything, especially amongst the people that it's being done against or the party that's not in favor of it. And the thing is the second another executive can come in, that executive authority can be overturned. And it always is, every fucking time. You get elected the day after you sign 500 resolutions undoing everything that the last guy did and spent half the time half-dicking with Congress about getting some law to actually support it. Major overhaul of who does and doesn't get elected from the ground up is the only way to change anything. And even if the country fucking goes under and you're seeing this 200 years from now and wow, Tyler was fucking out. I'm telling you how to fix the problem, but it's not what anyone wants. People want fast, quick solutions. They want, or they want a polite refusal to accept the fact that there's any real problem other than oh, no, everything's actually good. We just didn't win one election and then it'd all been fine. If we just win one election every time, it'll be okay, ignoring the fact that the color of the flag that you're waving in America politically doesn't matter every half century. It changes who the fuck is underneath it. And even every quarter century, the intensity of whether or not you're a progressive, conservative, socialist, communist, fascist, whatever is differentiated. I thought foreign diplomacy was constitutionally the realm of the president. I mean, pretty much. I think that's those of the Constitution. Article 2. I was looking at Article 1. I'm an idiot. Executive power shall be vested in the President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years and together with the Vice President, chosen for the same term, to be elected as follows. State appointments. Electors. Congress may determine the time. No person, except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to run the office of President. Yep. Based. Compensation. Commander-in-Chief. Adjournment. Bribery, high crimes, misdemeanors, judicial. Crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe. I thought foreign diplomacy was constitutionally the realm of the president. I think a robust media journalism environment at the municipal level is the first step in righting the ship. 100%. Who the fuck? So the senator from an energy production state would be disinterested in foreign policy, speaking about Manchin. He's going to give me the floor, but you don't. I mean, I don't. I mean, flip me on it. I didn't say like disinterested. I believe what I was trying to say is it's not like something he's known for, being good at foreign policy. None of the stuff I was reading about him talked about it. So maybe they overlooked his great contributions to foreign policy, but I didn't see any of them mentioned like when he was departing office or anything. Speaking of harm reduction, what could the left do to push back or eliminate the drug crisis? Physical solutions I hear are harm reduction still important or ending capitalism. I don't know about the left. What needs to be done? Nothing is the answer. The left can do nothing. That's the reason that question is hard to answer, is because you phrased it incorrectly. The left has next to no power in America, so it can't do anything about the drug crisis. What should the government at various levels do about the drug crisis is the question you're trying to ask. Or what should leftists advocate for, right? If you're trying to say as an individual or as just like small units of organized people, what should you do about the drug crisis? Talk to a drug center that's around you, recovery operation, and figure out what they need to help, because they're already doing it. So go talk to the professionals, really. The drug crisis at like the state level, how to fix that is... there's not too much to change, really. A lot of it is just literally harm reduction in education. It's in the bone. The drug crisis is in the bone. It's way past the point of fixing in a mechanical sense where you just remove the issue. It is a chemical issue. The nature of our society has been so significantly changed to accommodate the existence of drug culture that you have to introduce a new chemical state essentially in order to change it. So at the state level, you do not have that real authority aside from dealing with the side effects of the issue. Now, most of the drug problem in America has changed. It actually has gotten better over the last few years. The height of the opioid epidemic is over. The effects of the opioid epidemic are ongoing. Stakeholdership and community is pretty much the biggest thing to help with drugs in the community. The biggest issue really overall that you could say is a political one, in my opinion, as an outside observer of the thing, I just talked to a bunch of people that are in this, is the fact that the problem solvers for drug issues in America are not stakeholders in the communities that they enter. And this is not just simply the police, but rather also doctors, lawyers, politicians, everyone from landlords, et cetera, on up. They don't see the drug problem as a human issue or as a solvable issue, but rather as an issue that creates symptoms of which only the symptoms are necessary for political survival when it comes to solving something. And so it's very much to like the Hutch style of democratic leadership, where it's a lot of can kicking. So the easiest thing to always do about the drug crisis is go kill a few drug dealers, beat their asses, take their drugs, burn them, and then pretend like the fucking numbers have gone down, lie to people. And then the problem always comes back way worse, not because of new people in office, although it usually equates to that, but really just because the new crop of drug dealers you build a 10-foot wall, 11-foot ladder, 12-foot wall, 13-foot ladder, all the way up to heaven. The major issue is stakeholdership, right? It's because America hyper alienates non-white people and poor people, and especially when those two things conjoin, that social and political alienation of those groups means that when it comes time to address the issues within those groups' areas, that people are often very hands off, they are unconcerned, they tend not to listen to people on the ground, or they don't care, or even worse, politicians and police and even doctors and lawyers, etc., seek out to abuse those communities, in participation with drug trafficking, maybe not directly, but indirectly, kind of keeping the issue going because it's actually politically valuable for them to maintain the drug trade and drug trafficking and drug abuse in their area, because it's just like, oh, these Democrats are fucking going crazy in this state. As the leader of the state, it's the blue cities that are fucking this up, not me telling all of the cities I'm going to cut their funding if we don't allow these fucking rip and run fucking drug busts to continue. We just need to put 5,000 more people in the Louisville jail. Just 5,000 more people in the Louisville jail, and we'll have solved the drug problem. And this isn't like a hoity-toity, like, oh, he's soft. It's like literally because the cops go in and they just fuck people up, and lawyers and prosecutors go in and they just fuck people up. No one wants to talk to them. We're racist against non-English speakers that are immigrants like crazy. Latino Americans who are here as, you know, maybe they're illegal immigrants or they are just day laborers. Maybe they're legal. Maybe they just don't speak English well because their parents were afraid to send them to school for the first 10 years of their life. It happens. If you actually talk to migrant and immigrant communities, they're like, they've got a lot of problems that are not all just like, I was fleeing Guadalajara and I'm here because I wanted to be a roofer. It's like, no, man, he's a second generation immigrant. He just doesn't speak fucking English. Like, why not? He was born here? Yeah, he was born here. He doesn't speak English. Why? Well, he's homeschooled. No, but homeschooling is for white people. No, my friend, homeschooling is for all people. So you're saying that he doesn't speak? Yes, him and his fucking entire extended family of like 30 people who all live throughout the entirety of this neighborhood speak no fucking English. And they have lived here for 35 years. And it's very difficult. Why? Well, they really like living here. They're good, hard workers. The guys on the TV, when they get it translated, just say that they want to send them all to Venezuela or El Salvador. But they're from Mexico. Yes, they are from Guadalajara. But they're afraid of getting sent to El Salvador. We would send them to Mexico. Would we? They just don't really like people from El Salvador as far as like politics go. They're afraid the Salvadorans will kill them. Why? Are they involved in any sort? No. You are looking at some of the finest dishwashers, small business owners, carpenters, masons, and cooks in our community. They do not deal drugs. They just don't speak English. Can they read and write? Yeah, they can read and write. Their mom's not fucking stupid. She taught them all of the shit that you know from school. They're really well versed. She just doesn't speak any fucking English, so she couldn't teach them English. Is that real? Yes. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's a crazy setup. And so people will be afraid of, they'll be model citizens. They're just afraid of interacting with the issues at hand. So you have that family and they have money and they have property and they are ripe for exploitation by white people and non-white people. Immigrant gangs, non-immigrant gangs, politicians looking for an easy win, etc. You can go and abuse those people, and because they can't speak the language well enough to speak up for themselves, and because we don't have enough abregados to go around for everybody, well, then they get fucked. And so they get stuck out of society, and so people see that, and they stop interacting. So they won't talk about the drug house on the corner because they don't want cops coming around. They talk about the drug house on the corner, the cops are going to come ask about all the fucking smoke coming out of the backyard, and they're making fucking chicharrones. And that's just, there's smoke coming out of the backyard. The house is not on fire. They're just making chicharrones. Okay, just back the fuck up. It is what it is. Leave. And so, because of the lack of stakeholdership in communities and the lack of stakeholders getting able to deal with it, they would fix the problem themselves if they had access to it. Can't join the police force because they speak Spanish. Can't join the police force because the cop that runs the place is racist. Can't join the police force because in their community, becoming a cop is tantamount to becoming a fucking race trader. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, on down the line. So what you have is a bunch of fucking suburbanite white cops, many of whom, despite your beliefs to the opposite lefties, many of whom actually do, for whatever reason, they do believe that they're good people. And some of them actually are. None of those police work for Louisville. Some of those police work for Lexington, Kentucky. No such thing as a good cop in Louisville. You don't have to trust cop. All cops are bastards, but cops are necessary. And because you can't police your own community and you can't interact with the powers that be, you don't have stakeholders caring about that area. And so those problems don't get addressed. Potholes don't get filled. Drug rehabilitation centers don't get built up. And then when their problems happen, it's never nuanced solutions. You don't go and ask fucking, Maria Gutierrez, like, hey, what's up with the guys over at fucking 2293? And then she'll go like, oh, los venezolanos, like the fucking tende agua. Oh, muy malo. Very bad guys. Don't go over there. Like, do you know them? Like, cops are like, are you related? She's like, no, I'm from fucking Guadalajara. I don't know anybody from Venezuela. They're fucking pranes. Like, what? Un pranato, pranes. Guys walk outside. She goes, fuck that. No, I'm not dealing with fucking can't. I'm not talking to no entiendo, and I'm not talking where those guys can see me talk. And that's the start of it. And then it just gets worse all the way down. You know what I mean? You got black folks that can't go and go to the hospital because the hospital is a billion miles away. Why? Why is that a problem? Oh, wait, the hospital, what, you can't afford pharmacy? No, I can't, but I fucked my back up. You a worker? Yeah, I work. I am homeless. I work at the fucking stockyard on the train line. I hurt my back 7 years ago and my wife left me because I do heroin. Why do you do heroin? Because it's the only way I can make my back stop hurting so that I can work on the fucking stockyard train line. I just get real fucking shitty when I'm on heroin, and I use it all the time. When I go to work, the amount of heroin I use helps me get through the day. I use that same amount on the weekend, and it turns me into a slobbering mess. And sometimes I steal from our family, so my wife kicked me out, but I still have a job. Is that a real person? Yes. Unfortunately, I kind of want to root for him. No, don't root for him too hard. He might come and he might steal some shit from your house. Okay, don't let him inside. But he's a good guy. The thing is no one's going to talk to that dude. We don't build stuff so that we can deal with the subtle issue of, okay, his name is Jamal Owen. He's 53 years old. He works at a stockyard. He smells like shit all the time because the part he works in is the fucking pig shit slop away area. He gets paid $42,000 a year. He has a bank account. He has an address, and it's the fucking local library where he picks up his mail sometimes, and they don't let him in after dark unless it's fucking sub-zero temperatures. He's been homeless for 13 years. He has a job. How is this possible? He's had a job and a heroin addiction for 13 years. It's a job that no one else will do but him. There's a reason he's on heroin, but he's a real guy. All right, well, how does his story end? He gets beat to death by a white guy in the middle of the night. A dude just comes up and beats his fucking skull in with a hammer. Why did that happen? Because no one's going to fucking notice for days. Because no one gives a fucking shit about him because he smells bad and he does heroin. Is he a good guy? He's okay. He might steal some shit from you. I don't think he deserves to have his head beaten in with a fucking hammer, but that's his life. And the thing is if you are not from around there, and there's all different variations of that, you can't care about that person as much as maybe like, dude, that's Jamal. I went to school, I played basketball with Jamal in fucking 10th grade, and he sucked. But I remember him. We were talking shit. He's living outdoors. Yeah, he's outdoors like a motherfucker. He works at the stockyard. Shit. Fuck, that sucks. What do you do? Well, I work in town at recovery. I think we got 2 beds open. Maybe I can get him in and help him get stuff figured out. Like, he's never going to stop using. His back's fucked up. Oh, okay. Well, we have socialized healthcare. We can fix his back. Oh, okay. Different situation. So much of the drug crisis is knock on. The drug crisis itself is a description of a million different symptoms that are individual to every person that's involved in the drug trade, from the top down, from the top of the fucking narcotraficantes and vagabondes and all that shit in fucking South America to, Greek and German and Austrian and Chinese and Vietnamese fucking merchant marines that are fucking transporting this shit and fucking taking bribes and getting through customs, to fucking white, black, Latino gangs that are fucking at port cities, etc., moving this stuff in. Everybody, down to the fucking corner guys, down to the junkies, down to the fucking people who are and aren't using like habitually, to the fucking people who are having a good time. You always say, like, dude, there wouldn't be a drug problem if it wasn't for white fucking frat guys having a good time. Like, dude, when they talk about white people doing drugs, they are talking about like fucking waitresses and truck drivers. These motherfuckers have jobs. They just they work so much, they're on fucking meth. You just happen to be bringing in the good shit from outside the country. They're going to still use. You know what I mean? Like, bro, I'm glad that they got some of that good meth coming in for fucking, Jalisco or some shit. I've been fucking smoking that. I've been smoking that fucking Nashville Crystal for a minute. I think I got a fucking hole in my nose. Thank God for the fucking Jalisco fucking cook-ups. What the fuck? it's a very complicated situation. The only way, and it really is, I guess, in the long term of things, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing that can just be done. It doesn't get fixed. It is ultimately the symptoms of the sickness of the society, right? Nobody's doing drugs, next to nobody, just because, like, man, fuck, I just want to do heroin. I just really wanted to fuck my life up. Like, there's maybe a person like that, but most of the people that get into fucking junk and shit is because they're homeless and they don't have anything to do. What do you do all day? Well, nothing. No one will hire me. So I kind of just steal fucking, collect bottles. I collect bottles. I fucking sell them for recycling, and then I get enough for a hit, and I do coke, and I fucking go to bed. Sometimes I find a house that's open. I break into it, and I steal some shit. I feel bad about it. Sell it. Buy myself a fucking 6-piece, fucking indies, some heroin, get fucking high, eat that 6-piece for like 3 days. Like it's difficult to really like nail it down. Like, what can you do about it? Like, actually nothing. The problem is seeing a lot of these issues that are national and international in scale is something that like you as a individual can fix, because you can't. But you could help the individuals that are affected by it. And that's actually probably a better thing to be doing. Do you know what I mean? You can be, it's the fucking walrus and the carpenter walking around kicking them fucking oysters back into the water. It's not much, but you can do a little bit. And if it actually does kick them back into the water, then it works. If you're walking around kicking the oysters and they go away from the water, you're not helping. Okay. They didn't write that version of the story. The thing really is to start shit locally and sell it. It really is. America is a business center. If you don't like it because you're a socialist, that's fine. America's a capitalist place. But there's two types of capital, right? There's capital, property. And then in America, we do have social capital. We really do. And sometimes people just like being cool. And sometimes you just put together some shit that looks good. And if your shit is a fucking drug rehab program that looks good, it might never really make the news except for something. I cover some shit like this. Fucking, I think I've written about like 15 fucking rehab centers in my life. People start them every day. And it's like one guy, he helps 10 dudes, 3 of them stab him in the back, and one of them actually gets his shit together, and the rest of them have a middling series of lives, and some of them die. Some big shit. Some big shit to do. Big shit to do. And that's probably what it really is. If you're thinking about, I'm going to build a coalition of the whole earth, and we're going to fix everything, you're fucked. You're just going to make yourself sad when you don't get it. And that's it. You just get depressed. That's why people are always black-pilled. They're like, oh man, nobody will accept my simple solution that requires everything of everyone else, and only me to just go, have you considered? They ate the oysters, you're thinking of starfish? Ah, my bad. Well, I like the way I told it better. Capitalism turns drug users into bad people perceptually. Pretty much. I mean, it's not even capitalism doesn't even do that, by the way. That communists treated drug addicts the same way. Nobody. It's hard to run across drug addicts and be like, man, I really enjoy this moment. This is great. I like being around you. That goes to people that smoke cigarettes, for people that vape. You know how irritating people that vape and smoke cigarettes are? People that are fucking junkies are just as fucking irritating. Like, if not way more, because they're addicted to a substance. It runs their lives. It's a clock inside their fucking head that makes every single decision that they do very important and very immediate. And right now, it needs to happen right now. But nobody likes it anywhere. That's why all the communist countries are like, we stamped out the drug addiction. What do you think they did with the current addicts? They all got sent to gulag until they cleaned up, which is not great. NLCMB, Discord is a narrative chat in case you want to write a novel. What's going on? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't pay attention to chat. Check out HD Vance's views. JD Vance's in 2016. See, they align with this dude. If they seem to, then this is just about power. I have no idea what you're talking about. True, the show The Shield showcases the community cop relationship as it relates to drug busts. And I mean, I've talked to him before too. Like, cops can suck. They really can, but a lot of them do give a fuck. It sucks. It sucks because it's just good to hate someone that sucks. It's easy to say fuck all cops, and I'm not going to dissuade you from doing it because it doesn't really matter. If you just want to fucking hate them all, that's fine. But like some of them do give a shit. They are out there trying. Some of them are just trying the completely wrong thing. You know what I mean? And there's not good crossover because the distrust that's been built up, a lot of it's the cops' fault. Almost all of it's politicians' faults and fucking the news media's. But that fucking, breakup between the police forces of our country and people that actually need their help, that's like one of the biggest things to overcome. And unfortunately, so much of the responsibility for it has been put on the shoulders of police that I don't know how the fuck you can bypass it. Because you tell anyone else, like, yeah, we got to try to figure out how to make overtures to the cops. They're going to go, fuck the police. Fuck you for suggesting that. I hate the cops. Like, okay, I'm not even going to bother trying to convince you otherwise. Because who am I to do it? You know what I mean? You're set in your ways. Or like some cops actually did some bad shit to you, and then that's it. It's like, yeah, it's a untenable situation. What the fuck is this guy talking about? What has Andy done on drugs? I don't know, man. Look it up. What is going on? Is this person in the... Join the Discord, man. I've been streaming for like 5 fucking hours, just yapping the entire time, so I'm gonna have to get off. But like, I'm gonna start streaming more regularly, like literally next week. So I'll start having some people on to chat. Let's see, I'm gonna part out now, but I've had food cooling next to me, like right here, since my wife came in and handed it to me. So I actually do have to get out of here and fucking eat. I'm gonna die. Yep, no response, dude. Fucking. Yeah, nobody else joined. I got nothing. I guess I thought a highly socialized government would have an easier time just straight giving people more drugs in pursuit of them getting them to eventually not do them. It could be coping. I mean, I guess if you consider methadone treatment, yeah, but like no, people don't do drugs because of the drugs alone. That's the hardest part about people that get sober is there are the chemical hooks, and that becomes your job is to satisfy the chemical hook of the drug. But there's also just the reason you started doing drugs in the first place. And if that's not solved, unless you're the type of teeth gritting person that probably wouldn't have gotten addicted to drugs in the first place, you're going to probably relapse because you'll still have whatever that is. You know what I mean? And that's just the case. So you have to solve the social issues that get people to go in the direction of drug use and in drug trade and drug sales to get them off, really, or to solve the issue. I've been gone for like 2 hours, but I'm guessing Hutch never came back. No. My city relinquished mental health and substance abuse calls from the police into its own city service, so far it's been successful. A lot of people have been doing that. I think we started doing that in Louisville when I lived there. I think Andy might have actually... I call Andy like I fucking know the guy. Bashir, I think, might have pushed for that to some degree. I know it's a big part of the progressive Dem caucus or groups, whatever you would call it, in Louisville, Lexington, and that. I know they've pushed for it a lot. Everywhere I've seen it put into play, it's been pretty fucking effective. I think a lot of it comes down to just not putting people out there with guns to talk to people. Because if you have a gun, you got a hammer. If you've got a hammer, you're going to solve problems with a hammer. NCIMB wants your attention, master. Come back next week. I'll try to make some time for you. It's not a big deal. I got to get out of here though. It's almost 9. I've been streaming for way too long. I had to burn out energy after that though. I had to talk about it, and I wanted to talk about some civic stuff. I know that's boring. It's probably shedded most of the audience, but with all that said, folks, I think we're gonna get into wrap-ups. Make sure you. That is not the wrap-up noise. Make sure you like and subscribe. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you like content like this. If you are like Tyler, what's up with it? The VODs are going on the Westside Tyler live channel. This is Westside Tyler live. So this is going to get unlisted pretty soon. You should be able to still keep watching it. But if you can't find this stuff from now on, next week especially, I'm going to start uploading VODs to the other channel so you can watch them, just to avoid YouTube fuckery with my monetization stuff with the things that I'm actually trying to work on. Eat on stream? Absolutely not. I don't do any of that fucking fetish shit. Well, that's it, folks. You've been watching Westside Tyler live. I've been, to the best of my knowledge, Westside Tyler Bell. Hutch delenda est. Hutch finito. You guys have been great, and until next time, as always, stay safe out there.